Yeah. Let's see. All right. It says we're live. Then it says show or hide. I don't see live viewer comments. There it says banner.
Yeah, there's you can make banners, you can make different things, and on the live comments, if you get any live comments and you click on
That's where
them,
I'm looking to go, but I don't see where that is.
let me see if I can go. Let me reload my YouTube. Excuse me, and I'll show you. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So you should see a live comment show up eventually of me typing something on the YouTube side. Sometimes it it lags a little bit and takes it a second.
Okay, yeah, I just saw that.
And if you click on that, it'll highlight it at the bottom of the screen. Like if somebody types something you really want to highlight for everybody to see,
right?
You can click it like that and it shows up at the bottom of the screen. And then you just click it again and it'll go away.
That makes sense. Like when people get their people that are monetized get their super chats.
Yeah.
They'll put it there.
Yeah. And then it's just like Hangouts. Everybody can still share screens. Like if I share my screen, you have to approve it. Like I'll click share my screen and it'll show up as like a separate thing and grayed out, kind of like I showed up grayed out before you approved me to come in.
Right.
So if I want to show you something, I'm like, hey Ron, let me show you this article, and I pull my share screen up, you'll just have to click on me sharing my screen for it to show up. You know, you have total control over everything. Who comes in, who shares what, it's all, under your control.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And if somehow you put the link out and somebody shows up backstage you don't want, then you just don't let them in. Basically.
Oh, okay.
Whereas Hangouts, if the link got out on Hangouts, people just showed up. There was no way to police people from just bouncing in your Hangouts if the link got out.
Yeah. I never had that problem per se, but with anybody coming in that I didn't want, because I sent people I wanted to come in the link, and that was it. They didn't share it with anybody. So
I saw some bigger channels that made the mistake of like posting it in the chat, like, hey, anybody want to come hang out? Come hang out. And there was a channel that they got on the Hangout and somehow they booted the person that actually owned the channel and started the Hangout. And then started screen sharing like porn pictures and stuff. So the person lost their streaming ability for like 9 months or some shit.
Yeah. Well, with me, this is how long it's been with me is, when I was doing it and I've taken that time off, I go back and I was going to do a live stream on my phone, right? Well, then YouTube screwed me and freaking came out with new rules. You have to have at least 1,000 subs to mobile stream anymore.
What kind of phone do you have? An iPhone or Android phone?
iPhone.
See, I don't know on iPhone because I don't have one, but I'll tell you a little secret I learned recently on my Android phone is if you pull up the Chrome browser on like my Android phone, there's a selection in the menu that says load desktop site instead of mobile site.
Oh, really?
If you load the desktop site for StreamYard, you can start a StreamYard just like you just did on your computer.
Oh, wow. So yeah. Look into that.
You could live stream through StreamYard to YouTube and totally negate their whole sub thing of being able to live stream.
Right. Which is a bullshit.
I messed with it. I messed with it the other day, just messing around, and I was like, I was looking at it and everybody kept saying, well, you can't start a StreamYard unless you're on a computer. Well, I got to looking at my phone and I was like, well, it lets you lie and say you're on a desktop. So I clicked the thing that lets you lie and say you're on the desktop. Well, lo and behold, it loaded up StreamYard just like it just did on your computer. I was like, well, that's interesting. So I made a test stream, added myself to it, and went live. It was unlisted. I just did it, as a test.
Right.
And I could even switch the cameras between the front-facing camera and the rear-facing camera on my phone. And it basically was a workaround to live streaming from your phone and screwing YouTube and their rule about 1,000 people,
Yeah. Well, I'll have to check out and see if it does it on the iPhone or not.
Yeah.
But see, in the old days, like I used to always jailbreak my iPhone.
Yeah.
It was just basically like having an Android. You just unlock it so you could do anything you wanted to on it. A lot of things I used to be able to do.
Can you get Chrome browser on iPhone?
I think I do have it.
Because even if you just say I was doing a stream and you weren't on your computer, you just wanted to be on your phone. Even on your phone, they suggest Chrome browser even just to participate. So if you have Chrome browser.
On the one you had me get on, I was on, but I don't know if I have it downloaded or not.
But yeah, that's the they suggest Chrome browser. I mean, across the board, whether you're on mobile, whether you're on your computer, for whatever reason, StreamYard has it specifically tailored to work the best with Chrome browser. So
right,
and once you get Chrome browser, then if you go to the menu, you have the option to tell it you're on a desktop.
Right. Okay.
It has a little checkbox that says show desktop site instead of mobile site. And once you do that, you can set up a stream just like you did. You just do it on your phone, and then you can go live and live stream from your phone, and also switch cameras. If you go to the options and switch the camera, it lets you switch between the front-facing camera and the rear-facing camera on your phone. So it's basically like live streaming on YouTube when you used to be able to do it without 1,000 subs, without having 1,000 subs on YouTube.
All right, cool.
A lot of people don't know that. Everybody will tell you, "Oh, you can't start a StreamYard from a phone," and StreamYard will even tell you that if you look at their FAQ, they'll say, "Oh no, you have to start and host a StreamYard from a computer." But I just got to messing with it the other day, and I was like, "Let's see if it'll work like this." And lo and behold, it worked.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So I was like, "Yeah, this is basically like YouTube mobile,
right?
Workaround."
That's pretty cool.
If that's what you want to do, is live stream on the go,
right? Which most of the time I've ever live streamed using the mobile, it was just me, I didn't have guests or anything, because you couldn't do on the phone. You get the calls, you could get the thing, you could go on a live stream, kind of like here, you could go on a live stream using the phone, but you couldn't bring people in with Hangouts.
Yeah.
So.
And that's like I said, that's what StreamYard will tell you. StreamYard will tell you can invite people that are on a phone, but they have to use it through the Chrome browser on their phone for it to work right.
All right.
So you can still have people on that aren't on a computer. It's just the Chrome browsers, for whatever reason, they've optimized everything to work with Chrome the best. If you use it with Firefox or whatever, it's glitchy, and sometimes it screws up.
I don't think I've ever used Firefox.
I'm the same way.
I'm not a big tech guy.
Honestly, I'm not like a fanboy, but I'm a Google person anyway. I got Google phone, I got a Google laptop, a Pixelbook, which I'm not on that now. I'm on a laptop. I mean a desktop, but all that stuff kind of syncs together, kind of like all your iPhone stuff kind of syncs together.
Yeah.
So I've just always kind of stayed Google because that was what I started with was Google.
Right.
So I like all my shit to sync together between all my different devices and computers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I'm using my MacBook Air right now. Like I said, I don't know if you heard me. The wife took over my computer in the office. So I'm pretty much got this one.
Yeah, I heard you. That's why you're out on the porch, is because your wife took the office over and was like, no, you go out on the porch and smoke cigarettes and get on your laptop.
Yeah. Well, she had her laptop. Her laptop went down, so I was like, well, you can use a computer in the office. And then that was a mistake because I never got it back. She's always on it.
Yeah, I had to when I did this, when my last kid moved out, I kind of custom made this office to be kind of like a studio / office, for streaming, and I have a big video editing rig and all that stuff. My wife was like, well, I want somewhere to do painting. And I was like, well, I've kind of already designed the office. I mean, I had like all the furniture before I ever even started on it. I had like the flooring, the furniture. I had all that shit picked out,
Right.
And she's like, oh, well, over there in the corner, I can put an easel up and I can do some painting. And I was like, yeah, or we got some space downstairs. I could set that up as your painting area because I didn't want her in here fucking slopping paint around,
Right. I hear you. Yeah. You said you're up in Georgia?
Yeah, I'm just north of Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
Like in the suburbs.
Yeah. All right. So how long you been doing the YouTube thing?
As far as like streams and doing like my own streams, I just started that sometime last year. I'd have to look up to see exactly when.
Right.
I started out as just a chat junkie. I had shows that I actually started out with my personal account, which I still have my personal account that I'm subscribed to just general content I like to watch, as entertainment.
Right.
But when I really got into chats on a few shows that were like daily shows, I was like, well, I don't really want to use my name, as my handle on the chat, just out of paranoia. So
that's like me with Twitter. I use my real name on Twitter, and I use my name on
YouTube. So
I probably don't even realize, unless they know me, that my Twitter and correlate it to my YouTube.
So that's where Honstar come from, was actually just to have a chat handle that wasn't my name. So fast forward months into it, I started I actually got picked up as a moderator for through somebody else I know for Mary Mayhem's channel.
Oh, okay.
If you've heard of Mary Mayhem, I mod a lot for her, and in the meantime, I've got picked up by some other channels, as mods. Well, then it's like an inevitable cycle. Well, you hanging out on YouTube at night, and people are like, "Hey, man, you want to come on my live stream?" And I'm like, "Well, okay." So I started going on people's streams, and then
I remember when Mary was starting out and around there, and then a bunch of shitstorm hit, and that's when I left. I'd go in every once in a while into somebody's channel and make a comment here and there, but I was like,
I started participating in other people's live streams, and then within the last, I had to look, sometime midway through last year, I started my own bi-weekly stream that's like kind of like a game show stream.
Uh-huh.
I have like some videos posted. I have some old videos posted of like kayaking and whitewater rafting and shit like that. But
Right.
my newer comment is live streams, and I do a game show called Name That Tune. It's a
Oh, okay.
bi-weekly show on Sunday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, I
And
remember that. Well, the real one growing up. Name that tune.
yeah, it's basically the same thing. And I don't know if you've heard of Chris Knight, but which
I've
he's
seen him
in the high ground, yeah.
in the high ground.
Chris Knight's the DJ for the show. I'm the host. It's on my channel. Chris Knight's the DJ because he's actually a professional DJ on the side. He has like 40 million karaoke songs, So he's the DJ, I'm the host, and then I get people to come on and play the game. And it's just like Name That Tune. I mean, you get, there's 2 rounds, and then whoever gets the 2 people that get the most points for the first 2 rounds go on to the final, and it's been a lot of fun. Like I said, I've had a lot of fun with it and had some pretty good people on it. Right. And I kind of straddle the Fandom Menace side and the Comicsgate side.
Oh, okay.
Because,
I'm never really too much into the comic stuff. I mean, I've listened to like Ethan Van Sciver and all them a little bit, but the bigger channels, I just kind of stay away from the bigger channels for the most part because you can't really. I mean, you can go and listen to a chat. You might as well forget it because it just goes too quick. Chats go too quick. You can't.
I mean, and honestly, you're just another person.
Yeah,
I mean, I honestly like streams I go on. Well, even my channel, I just now broke 200 subs, so it's not like I have some huge fucking channel, But we have a good time. I mean, I do a show every other Sunday. I get 80-something, 90-something views, and it's a good time. To me, that's all this is. I don't plan on getting monetized and this being my job. It's just a hobby. Something I enjoy doing.
Is I got up to around close to 150 subs, and then when all the drama started hitting, it went down to about 110, 115. Been hanging out down around there somewhere. So, but I started out. Before I was watching a lot of I watched some Geeks and Gamers.
Yeah.
Jeremy's right here in town. Never met.
Oh yeah.
But he always, I don't know whatever. He blew me off. But Reviews for You. I don't know if you remember that channel or ever watched that channel.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Was into that, and then he got sick. I don't know if you remember back when he got sick.
That part I don't remember. No.
He got sick and he went in the hospital, and then me and another guy, Mike, he had a channel, Let's Talk Star Wars, and so we do his shows for him. We go on and live stream on his channel for him, and stuff. And but during that time, it kind of took away from me doing my own content and stuff. But just some stuff went down that just wasn't good. So, but Entertainment Hacker, always been talking to him for a long time. Everything Star Wars. In fact, everything Star Wars, Rob?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. I've never actually personally talked to him, but I know who you're talking about.
Starting out, he was doing the live streams on his mobile phone, and stuff like that. And I had him on my channel. Then I've also had way back before they started getting really big, I had and this is because of everything Star Wars too. He found some people. He said, "Hey, oh, come on, but I want to bring a few." And so he brought on Road Rants and John Matrix, and so I had them on my stream way back before they blew up. They're good people.
I mean, to me, it's all about having fun. And as a small YouTuber, we kind of congregate with one another because obviously we're not going to jump into Geeks and Gamers and all that. So, I mean, if you have a couple hundred subs, but to me, that's the best part about like the high ground where we've all been chatting.
Yeah.
You see the support of the smaller channels, you know.
Yeah, I just like getting on and talking, shooting shit, and whatever subjects come up. Yeah. I don't care if the subject, because I don't need to talk about Star Wars 24/7 every day of the week, or talk about entertainment, you know, or movies at 20. You know, if we start talking about politics, I'm okay with that. If we start talking about other things, I'm okay with that. I talked about what a crappy day I had today, which is, I think I lost a few on that one.
to me, it's all about networking and just making friends. It's the main thing to me, and lifting each other up. You know, I mean, like I said, I recently broke 200 subs, and it's mostly honestly because of the smaller community that I broke 200 subs, and to me that's crazy because I started this as just a chat hanger out and then a mod. And then I started kind of my own little bi-weekly stream that people seem to really enjoy. And now I'm over 200 subs. And to me, that's crazy. I'm like, damn, there's over 200 people, you know, that want to watch what I'm doing. And I mean, like I said, I have 200 subs and I can get 90, 100 something views on one of my bi-weekly streams. And to me, that's, I mean, 50% of your subs, that's pretty good, you know, to actually watch, you know, your show.
Right. I started doing a little slideshow. When I was doing it, I was doing this one. Yes. So I get somebody on there, and I'd be Yoda, and I'd ask them stupid questions that they wouldn't even know the answers to. and then I disconnect them. In the end, my whole thing was get to a point where they get so frustrated, I'd get mad at them in Yoda's voice and disconnect them.
That's to me. That's like that. To me. That's the good thing about the Phantom Menace, and you'll notice the Phantom Menace isn't just Star Wars. Like me, I've never made a single video or stream about Star Wars. But
well, it's grown. When it first originally took off, you know, it was, you know, was the Geeks and Gamers and Ethan and them world class bullshitters and kind of like took over that Phantom Menace. And then, you know, News for You, Greg was part of that too. And initially Star Wars, and then it kind of just blew up and grew from there.
Yeah, now it's become a community of so many diverse channels and diverse people that you know, you may do a cooking show. You're still part of the Phantom Menace, but you may do a cooking show. You know what I mean? It's there's such a diverse group of people, artists or whatever you want to call them, putting out the content that they want to put out, and everybody just supporting each other. That's what's so great about it is especially the smaller channels like the little group that we're involved in right now. It's just small channels supporting each other, you know?
Yeah, Death by Saber, he invited me in. He was on my he came in my test my test live stream last week, and then afterwards he invited me into the high ground. So
that's a really good group of people. It's a really diverse group of people that do all different kinds of content. You know, we're all technically Phantom Menace, but we have so many different projects or irons in the fire, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, there's different things to do.
It's a very diverse group. Now, I mean, obviously, you have your people that are hardcore. Everything they do is Star Wars, and that's fine. Yeah. But you have other people Well, I mean, I agree. I mean,
saturated though, because everybody's doing the same thing. It's the same videos, same content, and it's like who can get that content, the breaking news out first, and this and that. And I told him, I was like, I was all right with The Force Awakens and Rogue. And then The Last Jedi just did it for me, and I was like, I'm done. So I never saw Solo. I didn't go see The Rise of Skywalker. I wasn't going to give Disney my money. But then I said, all the people that are anti-Disney, anti-Star Wars, they're still going to go see it because they want to be the first ones on YouTube to go.
See, I watched them both. I watched both of those on bootleg, so I didn't give Disney.
Well, a lot of people.
Honestly, the only reason I watched them is because of the talking points of talking to people. Because for 2 weeks or however long, you've had everybody constantly talking about the Rise of Skywalker. Mm-hmm. Well, you want to kind of be on the level of what they're talking about, Yeah. But it like you said,
it difficult. It makes it difficult when you're totally. But like for me, it's just like, okay, I'll let them do all that. I'll listen to what they have to say, and I'll listen to what was put out, and I'll hear all the different content. And God, I didn't see it. I just like the first to me is pretty much it. You can throw Rogue One in there, and that's fine.
Well, and how many videos can you watch about the same topic?
Exactly.
Within 24 hours, I mean, I'm just making numbers up, but within 24 hours, if you have 20 people put out a video about the same subject, how many of those videos are you going to watch before you're like, okay, I watched the first one. Why the fuck do I need to watch the other 19?
Exactly.
So that's why I kind of took a different approach. And like I said, I'm into van life. I'm working on a camper van, and I do the main thing I do right now is my bi-weekly game show stream. It's nothing to do with Star Wars, even though I'm considered part of the Phantom Menace. And,
right.
I have people from the Phantom Menace, people from Comicsgate support my stream. And it's just a fun hangout, play a silly game, and people love it. And we don't have to talk about the Rise of Skywalker. We can just have fun.
We can just shoot and have fun. Yeah,
we're playing a silly game. The DJ plays the instrumental version intro to a song, and you try to guess what it is. I mean, like the old show, like the old show was you were talking about. It's
right.
And it doesn't seem like it sometimes, but there's a great diversity of content in the Phantom Menace that people, I'm not going to say they ignore it, but it doesn't get as much press, if you want to call it that, or as much notice, because everybody focuses on like, oh, the big thing right now is the Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
Well, you may have 40 people in the Phantom Menace putting content out, and 20 of them are doing the Rise of Skywalker, but the other 20 of us are doing something totally different. Yeah. And it's a great diversity of people, and that's what I really like about the community. Like me and you, we're just sitting here hanging out. We're just talking to each other. We don't have to talk about Star Wars. We don't have to talk about whatever,
Right.
If we wanted to talk about motorcycles, we could talk about anything. We can talk about anything.
Right.
And it's just making connections with people.
Right. And that's what I like doing. I mean, I was getting crappy connection here earlier when I was trying to do those live streams, but so I think people were getting booted in and out. And
you were when I was watching your first one, you would get to where you were kind of spinning every now and then.
Yeah, I think that's because I'm back here and she's using up all the Wi-Fi inside.
That happened to me one time. I was on a karaoke stream and my internet kept acting weird. So I was like, okay, everybody hold on a minute. Let me see if I can figure out my technical difficulties. And I went downstairs and my wife was like 4K streaming Netflix on the TV downstairs. And I was like, hey, I know that you think this is stupid, but can you quit 4K streaming Netflix for like an hour because you're killing the internet?
Yeah.
Because I was like roboted out and all screwed up because she was using like 90% of the internet.
You ever listen to the DJD show? You know DJ?
Yeah, I know. I know DJD. I've talked to him a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. So we always used to. He'd come on my live streams. I'd go on his. We'd always used to. We were all in the same group doing. We'd have a lot of fun.
Yeah, DJD's a good guy.
He is. He's very. He's very private though.
Yeah, I mean, I always joke and say we're all a bit screwed up in our own way, or we wouldn't be here. Some of us just hide it better than others.
Well, I guess he used to be like he used to be on the radio at some point. I'm not sure where, somewhere in Florida, and then also a big gamer, and he always said like he actually have people after him over gaming crap. Believe it or not.
Yeah, and the bigger you get, the more careful you have to be about your OPSEC. Of who you actually are.
Yeah.
And where you are, because there are people out there that would like nothing more than to cause you problems, in real life, not just on YouTube. So, I said, I don't have that big a channel. I'm kind of an open book. If you want to come to my house, that's cool. I'll shoot you if you don't leave my yard. But, but you get the bigger people, and they're super worried, because their families or their job, job or whatever. I understand that, and some people have to be kind of secretive about where they exactly are and who they exactly are, Yeah,
that's for sure. That's for sure.
I mean, it's funny because, and my wife laughs about it, but I've met this last year. I've met some of the best friends I have right now on YouTube.
Yeah,
and it's been just hanging out like this, like me and you just talking,
right?
Hanging out. We've never met each other in person, although we're sitting here technically kind of face to face.
Right.
Talking to each other,
But I've also had the other side of the experience too, where you think you know somebody, and then you find out they're not really who they are.
Yeah, I've had a couple experiences where it's went kind of bad. So I kind of vet people a little longer before I.
Or you make a friend, and then you find out they're behind the scenes backstabbing you.
Yeah, and it's
that kind of stuff.
It's kind of like YouTube's kind of like high school.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
You got the clicks.
I'm 51 years old. I don't need to be playing more high school games.
You're how old?
51.
Okay, so you're a little older than me. I'm 40, getting ready to be 41. But yeah, it's a lot like high school. You got the cliques, you got the cool kids, you got the not so cool kids, the small channels, and then you got certain people that are just flat out full of shit, Yeah. And I've run into a few of them, they talk a big game, and then at the end of the day, you're like, these people were just flat out lying, the whole time.
Yeah. That's kind of one of the reasons why I left YouTube, because somebody that I talked to on the phone, I got to know, that was part of our whole big group. I wasn't who they said they were. I'm not gonna go into details, but I ended up calling that person out. Pissed off some people, but I don't got, I just like, there's nothing worth that I need to lie about. There's nothing. I'm not. I spent 20 years in the Navy. I still work for the Department of the Navy. When I retired in 2007, I've been working for them since over 12 years now, going on 13 as a civilian. I don't need to sit there and lie about anything. But people
Um,
that are just doing wrong,
yeah, I mean, you got some people that just use the online format to be somebody that they're nowhere close to being, I guess.
that's
You
what
know,
this whole thing was.
and
And I'd be bringing people. I'd be bringing people on my stream, and then all of a sudden, this one person was going after them, and then talking shit to the people that I just about me.
yeah,
And it's just like, nah, uh-uh.
I
All
was
because originally, not because they hated another person that I knew.
yeah.
That didn't lie, that talked the truth, and all this other stuff. So, yeah, it was just a mess. I just left.
It's like everything else in the world. There's bad apples everywhere. So you try to kind of weed them out, and you try to get kind of the cues of who you can trust, who you can't trust. But at the end of the day, we're all whoever we act like we are online. But I'm kind of like you. I'm me. I mean, if you met me tomorrow in person, I'm the same guy you're going to talk to right now.
Right. Exactly.
This is fun. This is a hobby for me. I enjoy interacting with people. I enjoy talking to people.
Is you could be talking facts about somebody or whatever, and you say, like, if you go after, let's say you go after somebody like Jeremy, right, from Geeks and Gamers, and you have facts. I never went after Jeremy, but if you have facts, the people his followers are still gonna come at, no matter what kind of facts you have, whether they're factual, whatever you say, they're still gonna come after you hard because they're not gonna believe a word you say. They are the true facts.
Yeah, my number one rule is I don't say anything about another YouTuber on a live stream. Whether I may hate you, which I mean, obviously I don't. We just met. We're just sitting here talking. But even if I hated you, I'm not going to talk about you on the live stream because you never know who's in your chat. Because all of us get around among multiple channels. Multiple streams.
Here's what here's with me is we had a person that was sick, and so we were trying to help that person out, and another person that had a bigger channel said they would help out, passing the word out, right, to get this person some help, and they never did. And they kept saying they were gonna, and they just didn't do it. So a group of us called that person out for basically, because that person was coming on all our live streams, doing, talking all this stuff, saying they were going to help, and they never helped. So we did do that back in the day. We called that person out, but the difference is, let them on the live. I'm not going to talk about anybody behind their back. Come on the live stream and talk. So if I'm going to talk about somebody, I'm going to talk about them to their face. You know what I mean? And let them defend themselves if they can, or try to explain themselves. I'm not that type of person around and talks behind people's backs. So if I got an issue with somebody, I'm going to tell them I got an issue with you. If you want to hash it out in private or in front of everybody, we can do that. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, I had an instance with one of the original stream shows I was doing with two other people. And this actually didn't even happen on our show. It happened on another stream where two of us just so happened to be on another stream hanging out. Mm-hmm. And one of the people started talking shit about another YouTuber. And it just so happened that like two or three of the mods for the YouTuber he was talking about were in the chat. So obviously that killed that stream. We basically had to cut ties with that dude, totally change the show and go on to something else.
Right.
Because it basically killed that stream. We went from having like 100-something people a week to like 50-something people a week.
Yeah.
Because like you said, you have the dedicated people, and it's no matter how true it is what you're saying, you have the dedicated people that are going to be beside that person no matter what.
No matter what.
That's why my rule is I don't talk about another YouTuber on a live stream, whether I love you or hate you. I'm not going to talk about you. No, man. No, obviously, if I like you, I'll say, "Oh man, hey Ron, he's a great YouTuber. Have a great time streaming with him." But if I have something negative to say about you, I'm never going to say it live.
Right.
Because you never know who's watching.
Too much stuff gets, and you might have a good show going on or whatever, and then all of a sudden it's gone because now it's just you got that split. You got certain people going this way, certain people going that way, and
and that's what happened to my show. Which like I said, I'm a small channel. I just now got 200 subs, and we had a stream that was pulling in 100+ people a week, and then all of a sudden, after that incident happened, it wasn't even on my channel. It was on another totally separate channel. But because of the people that used to frequent my stream were involved with the people that were there, it killed the stream to where I went from 100-something people watching to, 40, 50 people watching. It basically killed the show. It's the only way I can put it.
Well, and it's funny too. I mean, it's not that stuff too. We all know YouTube and their algorithms, and all of a sudden you'll have so many subs, and then you'll lose a bunch of subs just out of nowhere. I mean, we know the YouTube games that YouTube does.
The funniest thing to me is every other day I lose a sub and gain a sub.
Yeah.
And I know it's just some weird YouTube thing, but in my mind, I like to think it's the same person. And one day they're like, oh, fuck it, I ain't subscribing to him. And then the next day they're like, well, I mean, he does do some pretty cool stuff, so I'm going to subscribe. And then the next day they're like, nah, fuck it. I like to, I mean, I know it's not, but in my mind, I like to say it's just this one person sitting at home. Like one day they subscribe, the next day they unsubscribe, and then the next day they subscribe again. But it's just, it's just YouTube being YouTube,
Yeah, last week I had like 111, and then it dropped down to 110. Now it's back to 111.
Luckily,
when you start a live stream, all right, because there's nobody there at first, and then you start getting a couple people in, and then you're like talking, but nobody's talking. Nobody says like, hey, I mean, so you don't know who's in there. Like a person's in there, you just don't know who it is.
Yeah.
You don't know who you're talking to.
It says there's 5 people watching, but nobody's talking in the chat. So you're like, okay, who's here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That let's see. Luckily, I didn't lose any subs. Not that I had a bunch of lose in the purge, but I'm holding it at 214 right now, which to me is crazy because I never thought I would even get to 100 subs.
Right.
Because the main thing I do is mod for some channels, and I do a bi-weekly live stream that people seem to enjoy, and I've had people on my live stream that are, small channels all the way up to, 20, 30,000 sub channels. So,
well, they say if you want to get the subs, you got to put out like daily videos.
Yeah. That's my thing. I work a normal job. I mean, this is my hobby. I do it for fun. I don't really have the time or the effort to put out daily video or even 2 or 3 videos a week, to be honest with you.
Right.
I do a stream
on, and then then you just like the editing part, if you decide to edit, that sucks. Trying to figure out something, and
I have a bi-weekly stream that is there on a schedule that's always there. And then every now and then I drop like just videos of whatever. But I'm in the position that I could, if I really wanted to, I could do like maybe one actual video a week. But like you said, you have the kind of production side. You have to kind of come up with what you want to do, record it,
Right.
do the editing, make it look nice, and then publish it.
Right.
I don't have time to do a video a week, or I'm sorry, a video a day because I have a fucking job.
Right.
I can't.
Yeah, no, it took a while. Like that video I posted in the High Ground earlier, the Disney Sucks one. Did you see that? Did you watch that?
I don't think I've watched it yet, to be honest with you.
Okay. I did that last year sometime. I pulled it. I threw the link in there because I know a bunch of people probably didn't see it in there. I thought it was pretty funny. It's only like a 30-some second video, but it took a while to get it all edited and do all that though too. But yeah, it's what I did is I came up with the words to the song, to the Disney song, and then I sped it up, so the voice sounds like like a chipmunk.
Yeah.
So yeah, you check it out. You'll probably laugh.
Yeah, give me just a second. Let me run to the restroom real quick.
All right.
It's funny you talk about the time stuff takes, because since last year, probably 6 months ago, well, you see my avatar. It's a van.
Right.
I'm converting a Ford Transit Connect into a camper van. So the hashtag van life and all that.
Right.
Is part of what I'm into, and I've had the first video in the series of my van build. I've had the script wrote out. I've had everything done. I just need to record it for like 6 months. And I just haven't. Every time I get ready to do it, I'm like, well, I need to do this. Oh, well, I need to do that. Oh, well, this was before my office was built. I was using like a corner of my guest room, and I was like, oh, well, I need a green screen. Well, then I got a green screen. It's like, oh, well, the lighting sucks. Well, then I got my office, and I'm like, oh, well, my office is cool, but I still want to use the green screen, so I still got to get the lighting right. There's always an excuse. It's like, right. This video should have been done last year sometime, and I have a script on a pad of paper, sitting over here. All I have to do is record the voiceover.
Right.
And I've been nitpicking it in my brain, the whole time, because I'm kind of anal OCD, about the details.
Right.
And I'm like, I should have had this video out, 6 months ago. And I'm nitpicking every little thing just to put a fucking stupid video out about me starting to convert my van. But I'm just one of them people that, well, if I'm going to put something out, I want it to be exactly what I want it to be.
Right. High
Not,
quality.
yeah, not
Whatever you
half-assed.
want. Right.
I could have, when I was in the guest room, when I was in my guest room in the corner, I could have recorded all the audio and or do whatever, and I could have put the video out. But at the same time, I'm like, well, I want it to be. I have all the technology. I want it to be higher quality than that. So it's like everything. Every time I'm like, oh well, I'll do this. Oh, I'll do that. It's like every time I do that, there's like another little. But wait, But wait, there's more.
Right. Right.
So for 6 months, I've been sitting on a script for a video.
The funny part about it is like when you do it, and you're going to play it back, and you're going to be like, I don't know about that. I don't know. But if you were actually just to let it go, people won't even notice what you notice. You know what I mean? The little people won't notice the little things that you notice. Oh, I wish I would have said this, or I wish I would have done that. They won't even notice that.
You're 100% right, because I'll edit stuff. Like I made a new intro for my next stream this Sunday because we're having Name That Tune, the Tournament of Champions. All the winners from last year are going to go against each other for like the ultimate winner. So I've been working on like an intro for that. And I've worked on that intro for 2 or 3 days, and I've had it finished 2 or 3 times. And then I go back and watch it because it's like a video that's going to play, before the stream starts. Right. And I go back and watch it, and I'm like, well, I could tweak that, a little bit.
Yeah.
So I had it done 3 days ago, and now I've re-edited it, 4 or 5 times.
Our own worst critics sometimes.
Yeah. That's exactly right. And like you said, I've put videos out. I've put little things out that I just kind of did off the cuff on the fly, and I'm like, man, this is bullshit. And people watch it and they're like, oh man, this is great. Oh, you did a great job. Oh, I like the video. And at the whole time I'm thinking, I should have edited that like 6 more times.
Right.
Because it's not like you said, you're your own worst critic.
Yeah. Because then. We watch other videos that people have done, right, that are like awesome. Like, you watch like a Star Wars series video, and it's like so well done and everything, or something like that, and well written, well narrated. And then you'll do something yourself, you'd be like disappointed because it's not like you compare it to something. But you don't know how long that person's been doing it and what kind of equipment that person's using and how much money that person's put in to, So, I mean, if you look for total perfection every time, you're never going to find it.
Yeah, that's
out there.
That's what I finally convinced myself. Like I said, 3 or 4 or 5 times I edited the intro video for my next stream this Sunday. And finally, last night, I did the final edit. And every time I did it, I'd show my wife. I was like, oh, I got the intro done, for Sunday's stream. And she's like, oh, that's really cool. I like that. And I was like, yeah, but this right here isn't quite right. And she's like, seems fine to me. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, but you're not noticing this right here isn't quite matched up. So...
majority of the people won't notice that either.
Finally, eventually, like you said, I get to the point where I'm like, okay, this is it. I'm done. Because I could nitpick this forever. I re-edited the video like 3 or 4 times just for this intro. I mean, it's like a minute intro.
Right.
And I re-edited it like 3 or 4 times. Right. And finally tonight, technically last night, I was like, fuck it. That's it. That's it. I'm not touching it anymore. I exported it, from the editing software. That's it. That's what everybody's going to get. And it's actually good. And at the same time, though, like you said, my brain's like, yeah, but you could still go back and you could tweak this a little bit, or you could tweak that a little bit. And
Right.
it doesn't help to have OCD. I'm kind of an OCD person. So
Right. So when you going to be done with your van conversion?
it's just a work in progress. Like I said, it's the
Probably
problem.
gonna be something that you're going to want to change or do
Well,
different.
the problem that messed me up was I bought the van is a toy basically.
Mhm.
It sat in my garage and I could strip it apart. I could do whatever to it. Well, the problem was my work car, because I commute for work, 5 days a week.
Right.
I had a little hatchback Hyundai that got like 37 miles a gallon that I drove to work every day. Well, the problem was I had an accident and it totaled my work car.
Oh no.
So my choices were go buy another brand new car or drive the van because it's paid for and it's just sitting in the garage.
Right.
So I started driving the van on a daily basis. The problem with that is a lot of the work I have to do, I have to strip like all the seats and shit out of it. And I have to have it to where, it's I have 2 days off a week. Well, after the second day, everything has to be ready for me to drive it to work again. Where before I could strip it out and just leave it sit in the garage for weeks and work on it, as I had the time. So it's kind of got held up because of that. I'm planning this year on buying a new car. 2018, towards the end of 2018, I bought my wife a Jeep. So I was like, well, I'll wait through 2019 and decide what I really want to get, for myself. And then this year I plan on buying myself a new car for work, for driving to work. And because I commute almost 50 miles a day one way. So after that happens, I plan on parking the van again. And once I park the van again, I can just strip it out.
Right.
And I have all the electrics, all the electric shit. I have house batteries. I have ways to charge the house batteries. I have lights. I have all this stuff to put in the back electrical wise sitting in boxes. But the problem is I have to strip the seats out to run all the wiring. And it's hard to do that when the next day I have to go to work.
Right.
So it's kind of got held up. It's in honestly, it's in a point right now I can use it. My wife and I have used it twice, just putting a mattress in the back.
Right.
Eventually there's going to be like a convertible couch kind of bed where like during the day it's a couch. But right now we've basically just thrown a mattress in the back, and we've actually used it twice to kind of stealth camp for things we were doing, and
right.
It works like that, but none of the other shit's hooked up. I've got all these LED, flush mount lights, and I got a fan. I cut a hole and put like a fan in the ceiling like a camper, and none of that shit's hooked up because I have to run all the electrical stuff. So it's kind of on hold. Like I said, I'm hoping on my vacation in April. I have a week's vacation in April, so my plan is to get all electrical shit straightened out and get my house batteries. I got 2 house batteries that'll charge off the alternator while I'm driving to power all the stuff, in the back. So I'm hoping that in April I can at least get all the electrical stuff done. And once I get all the electrical stuff done, it'll be a lot easier because that's the main reason I need to take the seats out is to do all the wire runs and stuff from like the engine compartment.
Mm-hmm.
So once I get that done, the seats won't have to really come out anymore. So on my weekends, I can work on, everything in the back of it to finish it past the electrical stuff.
Right.
But
So what do you do for work?
what was that?
What do you do for work?
I'm a locomotive engineer,
Oh, okay.
so
Wow. That's
I
like don't hear that a lot
yeah,
anymore at all.
I drive trains for a living.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Well, I say drive trains because that's what makes sense to most people. We call it running a train, but yeah,
Running a train. Right.
I drive trains for a big East Coast railroad. You know, like freight, intermodal, and
Freight and
stuff like
stuff.
that. Yeah, I don't do passengers. I do like freight and intermodal and automobile. You know, racks and all that stuff.
Right. You got to go multi-state, or you pretty much stay in.
Um, my main terminal is Atlanta,
Uh-huh.
and I either go. I can actually work in Atlanta, like in the yards in Atlanta. If we go, what we call the main line would be kind of like over the road for a truck driver.
Hmm.
My seniority, I can go either Atlanta to Macon, Georgia, or Atlanta to Chattanooga, Tennessee. As
Oh, okay.
far as like taking trains somewhere,
Right.
and then
So,
once
like,
you
take them somewhere, you drop off the cargo. Do you like fly back, or do you bring the train back?
no, you swap the train with somebody that's going to take it further, and then you take rest. You get it's kind of like being a truck driver. The federal government mandates how much rest you get, kind of like truck drivers.
Uh-huh. Right.
So the most I can work is 12 hours, and no matter how many hours I work, when I get off, I have to have 10 hours of rest. So, like if I get to Chattanooga, they put me up in a railroad provided lodging facility, and I get at least 10 hours there before they can call me. And then they call me to take a train back to Atlanta.
So, I mean, there's times then where you drive to work and you don't come back home for a few days.
Yeah.
Okay. I know we got a lot of train activity down here, so that's why I was asking freight trains and stuff come through here.
Yeah, so. It all depends on the amount of traffic. I mean, the earliest they can call you is 10 hours. You have to have 10 hours undisturbed rest. So after 10 hours, they can call me to go to work. But I've actually been in the dorm. The company provided lodging for 18, 20 something hours.
Right.
Because there's no trains to get on, you know, and you just sit there and wait for them to call you for a train to go back home. So you could leave today and be gone, you know, you could be gone 15, 20 hours, or you could be gone, you know, almost 48 hours, you know, by the time it's all said and done.
So your days, you said you have 2 days off. Do those stagger different days? Or
yeah,
days?
It's normally well, it depends on what you do. I'm working in the yard right now, which is like I just stay in Atlanta building trains for other people to take to Chattanooga or to take to Macon.
Right.
So I come home every night. So I have the same off days every week. But if you run what we call the main line, your off days rotate. So you may have, Tuesday, Wednesday off this week. The next week you'll have Wednesday, Thursday off. They keep staggering.
Right. How many years you been doing that for?
I've been with the railroad 14 years. I've been an engineer for 4 years.
Okay.
I was everybody on the railroad I work for, everybody starts out as a conductor.
Okay.
That's what they hire you as. And then as your seniority moves up, they send you to engineer school. So I had 10 years with the railroad before I went to engineer school. And now I've been an engineer for 4 years.
Okay. My brother he retired. Um, Erie GE, and he worked the locomotive area up at GE in Erie, Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. We run a lot of GEs. We run some EMDs, but yeah, that's what we run is either GEs or EMD locomotives is what we run.
yep, that's where he worked at up there. He retired. They just moved down to around the Ocala area from
Oh,
Pennsylvania.
okay. Yeah.
They decided they bought a trailer down here first, and so they were coming down just for the winters after they retired. And then they decided, well, no, we're gonna make it a permanent thing. They bought a house down here. They still got their house in Erie that they still got to sell, so they got to go back and get that sold, and then they'll be down here permanently.
Yeah, when I retire, I'm either going to travel, not in my little van, but like in a motorhome or something like that. I'm either going to travel or I'm going to move to South Florida somewhere. I love South Florida, especially I can't afford to live down there, but I especially love the Keys.
Yeah,
I try to go down there a couple times a year, but you have to have pretty deep pockets to live down there.
See, I like this part of Florida because it's not like the other side. It's
Yeah.
less expensive, and it feels more like well, they basically call us Lower Alabama here because Alabama is like right here.
Yeah.
So, but
yeah, the panhandle is definitely different than all the rest of Florida.
Right.
Because like I said, my dad lives in Panama City Beach, so I've been all around there, and I had grandparents that used to live in Central Florida between Tampa and Orlando, and I've been in South Florida a lot. And the Panhandle in the main, if you want to call it the main body of Florida, whatever you want to call it, or it's almost like two totally different.
It
states,
is. And all the bad drivers are on the other side. Well, we got bad drivers here too, but not like over there. It's just ridiculous. I mean, there's all accidents on 75. Traffic's built up because of accidents on 75. It's just crazy over there.
The only thing I don't like about the Panhandle is the weather is not that much different than what I experience in Atlanta. You all may be like 5 degrees warmer in the winter, or a little bit warmer in the winter. And
we never snow here or anything, but we do get some there.
But no, like I said, normally my dad is like maybe 5 to 10 degrees warmer than me, if that. And I'm like, well, if I'm going to move to Florida, I want to move to South Florida where it's like, in the winter, it's like 70 degrees. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Well, see, I like it. Florida's great because, it's no state tax.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't have to worry about any state tax. Being retired from the Navy, I don't have to worry about state tax coming out of that. And then I got my VA disabilities and stuff like that too. So that's automatically non-taxable. But yeah, I mean, we kind of want to get an RV at some point, and see, now that would be great because housing is cheaper here than it is. And then you had an RV, you can go wherever you want for a period of time and live in the RV for a while, then head on back to where it's cheaper.
Yes, I actually thought about when I get ready. Like I said, I can't retire till I'm 60. So, but by the time I can retire, I'll have 34 years with the railroad. Yeah. I just turned 40, so I can't retire for 20 more years. So, God willing, and knock on wood, I'll make it 20 more years to a good retirement. That's the main reason really to work for the railroad is, I mean, don't get me wrong, it pays good, but the retirement is the main thing because it's separate, from Social Security. We have our own separate retirement. We don't pay into Social Security.
Right. Yeah.
It's like a thing they set up with the government. So what I would actually love to do would be which I already got a pretty decent sized concrete pad. I love to put a bigger concrete pad in at my house that I live in now,
Mm-hmm.
and sell my house to one of my kids.
Right.
Because I have 2 master bedrooms in this house. It's a four bedroom, 3 bath house, but it's got two masters, one on the bottom. Basically, it had a bonus room on the bottom, and the people that originally bought the house turned it into like an in-law suite.
Uh-huh.
So what I would ultimately love to do would be sell this house when I get ready to retire, sell this house to one of my kids and use it as a base camp and have, a motor home, a trailer, a van, whatever.
Right.
And use this as like my base camp. And when we want to come back over here, have somewhere to park the camper and,
Right.
and visit with my kids and stay in like the in-law suite, or even stay in the camper, just have hookups for it,
Right.
And then the rest of the time, out west. Honestly, out west, if you want to be basically a nomad in a camper or a van or whatever, out west is where it's at because they have all that government land, that you can stay on for free.
Well, yeah. I mean, anywhere going through, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, all that area. Yeah.
Yeah, they have all that land out there where you can stay for free for 14 days, and then you can move like a mile down the road, stay there 14 days. But there's not a lot of that land east of the Mississippi,
Right.
So you kind of have to go out, like you said, go out towards like Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada,
Right.
which in the wintertime would be great. Like in the wintertime, go out west, and then come back to home base, like in the summertime, before it gets so hot out there.
Yeah, we'd like to get an RV eventually, because I mean I'm 100% disabled, so I get into all national and state parks for free.
Oh, okay.
So that would be beneficial, having the RV and be able to go all these places and basically get in them for free and don't worry, So that's the other nice thing is like here in Florida, not all states are like that, but like being 100% disabled, I don't have any property taxes.
Yeah.
So the only thing I got to pay for is the emergency, which is like $125 a year. So comes in handy.
Yeah, Florida, because of that, Florida is one of the states that people suggest you retire to. Florida, Tennessee, they don't have like state taxes or anything like that.
Right.
So, I like I said, I kind of toss it around.
Yeah.
Honestly, if I could afford it, I would hit the road right now. But I'd have to basically liquidate, everything I had. And my wife kind of likes having a house and stuff. So, she, I'm trying to think how many more years she has. In 20 years, she gets her pension from her job. She works for the school system here.
Oh, okay.
And like I said, I can get in 20 years, which I have 14 now, so almost 15. So in 20 years, I can go out on full occupational disability until my retirement kicks in. If something happens medically to me, which, you get old, knees, backs, shit fucks up,
Yeah.
So
trust me, I know about that.
I'm trying to at least make it 20 years so I can at least go out on full occupational, railroad, and railroad disability is better. Well, I'm sure like through your Navy stuff, it's better than like Social Security.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm glad because I went in right out of high school. So I was 18 And so when I retired, I was 38. And then I picked up the job down here in base as a civilian. I already got 12 years there. So I got to go. They do have a 10-year thing, but you got to meet the age requirement of, I think it's 58. So I already got the 10 years. I just don't have the age. So by the time I have the age, I'll have 18 years there. Well, 20 in the active duty, and then 18, I'll be eligible to retire from there. So I'll have my Navy retirement. I'll have my federal retirement from there. Then I'll have my VA disability, TSP, which is Thrift Savings Plan, which is the same as the 401k.
Yeah.
I'll have that, and then my Social Security, which when I retire, I'm planning on, I'll go ahead and go for the Social Security disability with that.
Yeah, I have to have for full retirement, I have to have 30 and 60.
Yeah.
30 years service, 60 years age, which
Right.
by the time I get 30 years service, I won't be 60 yet because I started when I was 26. So if I work all the way up till I'm 60, I'll actually have 34 years of service. But like I said, the magic wild card that everybody talks about on this job is if you can at least make it to 20 years, that gives you full disability in case something happens. Yeah. So you want to at least make it to 20 years. So that way, if you blow your knee out, if you blow your back out, if whatever happens,
what portion will they pay that at from your?
See that I don't exactly know. I know you ride this, like if I have 20 years and I blow, we'll say I blow my back out and I can't work anymore, I'll ride disability out until I can collect full retirement. And then once you get of age, then you go into full retirement. So
okay.
I don't disability.
How many years?
Disability doesn't pay as much as the retirement. So once you go and transfer over to retirement, you make quite a bit more money. But it's one of those stopgap things, like just in case I blow my back out or blow my knee out or whatever happens.
Right.
You want to have at least 20 years in, because for the next, for me, it would be the next 14 years. For the next 14 years, I would be all right until I can at least get my full retirement. Plus, like I said, my wife, after 20 years, my wife gets her pension, from the school system. So, and I have, like you said, I have 401k. So when you add all that stuff, together.
I tell you what, this last year has been great for 401ks and RTSP. I looked at my thing, and I get the market overall has gone up like 28% in the last year. And the way I have everything set up in there, I went up. Mine increased 25.3%.
I'm at the age I'm at. Honestly, I don't pay a lot of attention to my 401k. I probably should more than I do, but I put in the max. So hopefully by the time I can do something.
Do they give you any control of it?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I know because TSPs, it's called the Thrift Savings Plan, and it's like a 401k, but it's the federal government's version of a 401k. And we got different funds we can put our money in. Like the G fund is government funds. The F fund is stocks and bonds. That the C fund is like your S&P 500 funds. And then you have your S fund, which is your like your Dow Jones stocks, and then you have your I fund, which is your international.
Yeah, see,
But I got all mine, and I got 10% of it in the F fund, and then the rest of it, 90% in the C fund, which is the S&P. And that historically, for the last 40 some years, it's always gained a good certain percent. But this year, it's just like it's crazy amount this year.
yeah, see, the way mine is, all you can pick is, do you want to do like safe, middle, or damn, what's the word I'm looking for?
High risk.
Yeah, that's I'm through like a normal, company, like
Right.
Vanguard is who our 401k is through. So
Uh-huh.
you basically pick your risk level of
Okay.
investment. So like you said, you can pick the safe route, the medium route, or the high risk, high return route if it goes good.
Right.
And that's the only thing that we can change about our 401k.
Yeah, because I can put any amount of money in any of those funds that I want. I can switch it. I got complete control of it. So, like, if the market starts to drop and I want to be, if I could take all my money and throw it into the G fund, which is the governmental fund, which that only goes up like a cent every like 5 days per share, right? That you have in there goes up 1 cent. So that's the safest fund. You're not going to lose any money in there, but you're not going to gain a bunch either. So, like when I was active duty and I had my TSP, when the housing market crash happened, right before that happened, I noticed the market starting to go down. So I just like put everything over, and I didn't lose anything. A lot of people lost a
Yeah,
lot.
I know a lot of people that lost a shit ton of money.
Right. Of course, it all depends too. You don't really lose it until you're ready to cash it out. So if you fight it through that period, eventually they gained it back if they did that.
Which me, I was good because I didn't take my job until 06. So it was
Right.
08, 09 when the market crashed.
Right.
I'd only been doing it for a couple of years. So
Right.
I bought a house when the market crashed. Honestly, the house I have now, I bought like a really high, way above what I would have bought house for cheap money, which is how I have
Right.
the house that I have. And now over time, my 401k has bounced back because I still have 20 more years, to invest and
Yeah.
to mess with my 401k. At that point, I've been messing with my 401k for a couple of years. So it was like, okay, if you want to fuck around with my little bit of money, oh well, I'll make it back because I still have to be here until I'm 60. So, I hate to say it, but the reason I have the house I do, which is probably way more house than I ever would have bought, I could have afforded a more expensive house, but I'm one of them people, I don't want to be house poor. So
Right.
I bought a foreclosure. So
Right.
everybody's like, oh, goddamn, you live in a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house. It's got 2 masters and it's got a little over half an acre and you got 2-car garage and all this other stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I bought it because it was a Fannie Mae foreclosure. And I bought it for like $90,000 and it already appraises at like $250.
Right.
Since the market has come back. So, it worked out.
You got a lot of equity in the house now.
Yeah. But the problem is we bought this, I have 2 kids. They're now 19 and 21. Well, now of course they've moved out. Well, the problem is, I could sell this house and make money off of it.
Right.
But if I turned around and bought another house, I would actually owe more on that house than like the payments on this house. Right. You know what I mean? So this house is too big.
That house, like you said, for as long as you can until you're ready to go out and have your adventures on the road, and you don't need the big house no more.
Yeah, my wife and I have talked about downsizing. We're like, hey, we want like a 2 or 3 bedroom house, just a small like ranch style house. Okay.
Uh-huh.
We've looked at some, but I mean, as low as my mortgage is, I mean, I would end up paying more mortgage to turn around and buy another house
Right.
because I bought this house so cheap. You know
Right.
what I mean? So it's like we can't afford to leave the big house because we bought it so cheap. So
Right.
we have all this space, which I can't complain because it's giving me room to make this office and,
Right.
and I work on call a
Whatever.
lot. So, working on call
Yeah,
a
you
lot.
can do
My wife and I have a separate bedroom for when I'm on call, so I can sleep weird hours of the day or night or whatever.
Right.
So we use both the masters. I have one set up to be like a cave. So if I'm on call, I can sleep any hour of the day or night. And
Right.
this room that's now in my office was one of my kids' rooms,
Right.
but they've now moved out. So it's like, I mean, the space is too much, but at the same time, we've made good use of it. And I love the 2-car garage because obviously parking cars in there, but also it's kind of a 2.5-car garage because you have the extra space around the cars. You know what I mean? And
Right.
I'm into kayaking and stuff like that. So one wall I have covered, with kayaks and life jackets and paddles and all that shit. So I said I would kind of like to downsize at the same time. I don't want to I don't want to downsize, partly because
Well,
you know,
it's amazing
the money.
how much you can accumulate, right? Too.
Yeah, and
When you accumulate more stuff.
well, yeah, and if we can stay here 15, 20 more years and the market stays good, then we're going to make a shit ton of money off of selling this house that we can either A, put into savings, or B, put into savings and a camper or whatever whatever we want to do when we retire.
Right.
So we'll have a nest egg off the house, plus my pension and her pension, coming in every month. So
Right.
we're working towards being able to travel the country comfortably. I mean, obviously not like rich people drinking champagne and staying in hotels every night, but having a small camper, a van camper, a motorhome, or a small motorhome or something like that.
Yeah.
And being very comfortable seeing the country and seeing things we've never seen before, and still have that nest egg.
I'd like a decent size, probably. I mean, I've always liked the big old diesel pushers, but I'd like, even a super size Class C would be okay.
See, I'm more of a
Yeah, I kind of need space, a little bit of space.
I'm more of a small form factor guy.
Yeah.
Which right now I have a really small van. The Transit Connect is the small transit van. Think minivan, only a little bigger.
Right.
So I would be looking more towards like a camper van, but like the full size camper van that has more room in it. Maybe a small Class C. But the thing for me is, as far as, and let me backtrack just a little bit. My parents and I camp ever since I was little. We grew up camping. I grew up in Louisville. Right. I grew up in Louisville, Kentucky, and about an hour and a half from Louisville was a Corps of Engineers lake. So every weekend in the summer and for 2 weeks on vacation in the summer, we would go camping. Well, they started with a tent, then got a used pop-up, then got a new pop-up, then got a used small trailer. Long story short, they moved up through all the different RVs you could have.
Right.
They had a big Class A full-size motorhome. And actually, after I moved out and before they retired, they had a pull behind trailer. They pulled behind a diesel truck, and it was 30 something feet long. I don't remember how long it was, but it was like the legal limit of the size of trailer you could pull and not be like a commercial rig. You know what I mean? Right. And the one thing I noticed, the more luxurious and the bigger things we had, the less we actually used them because it's more of a pain in the ass.
Right.
So as far as like parking and things like that, I would maybe go small Class C, but I would probably lean more towards a Class B, which is a full size camper van.
Right.
Just because of the portability and the parking aspect, as far as like being able to sightsee and go all these different places. If you have a huge motorhome, it's harder to park and take it different places. Which
or you just bring your small car and throw it along, and then you go wherever you want. Small car.
Yeah, you could always do the tow behind. That's what I like about that's what made me specifically pick the van I have now. Is it has the back of it is basically 4 foot by 6 foot, which is the same size of a full size bed. So we have a full size bed in the back, but it's small enough that you can drive it daily. You can park it anywhere. It'll park in any parking garage. It'll go anywhere, just like any car, any truck.
Right. We had a Dodge conversion van one time back in the early 90s.
Yes,
the bed did, like you said, you hit a button and it goes, the seats fold down into a bed. It had the TV, but it didn't have any like kitchen stuff, no microwave, refrigerators or anything like that. It was just, so basically you had the bed and TV and that's it.
See, mine, like I said, I have so much longer to work. Mine right now is, and I don't have a truck. So when I built mine, I built it to be utility / camper. So everything I do to make it a camper needs to be removable, because I also use it like a pickup truck, because it's basically a 4 foot by 6 foot bed with over a 4 foot high ceiling, like having a topper on a pickup truck.
Right.
So I put in plywood to level the floor out, because it was kind of, wobbly in all different nooks and crannies. Well, then I bed lined everything with epoxy bed liner so I can use it like a pickup truck. Well, my ultimate goal is to make basically a couch bed that'll fold out, but I'm going to have it to where I can take it out when I'm not using it. So I can use it as a utility vehicle and a camping vehicle.
Right.
And I'll have an outlet for a fridge that'll fit under the bed, like a small fridge. And as far as like cooking inside, I'll probably have the means to cook inside if need be. But if we're like camping, we'll probably just cook outside with like a propane stove, It's not going to be like a hardcore camper with, all the bells and whistles, because it's small. But it's the main point to me is it's going to be something to save money, and like maybe every 3 or 4 days stay in a hotel, so you can clean up, eat free breakfast, sleep in a real bed. But in the meantime, you save all that money by not staying in hotels constantly. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because I really want to head out west, because I've been to Denver. The farthest I've been from the Mississippi is west of the Mississippi is Denver, but we flew out there. So I've not seen any of the country, west of the Mississippi. So I'd like to take like a I'd like to take like a 2 or 3 week vacation, and take the van and just travel around, see all the tourist traps, see all the sights.
You need to go up to South Dakota, see Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, see, I've
Go up
never
into
seen
Montana.
I've
Go
never
up
seen
to,
any of that stuff.
yeah, go Montana. Montana's like you drive across Montana and you can't drive across it in one day. You got to take 2 days to drive across Montana. Washington State's beautiful state. The Cascades and all that. It's a beautiful state to visit too. So.
Yeah, so my plan is stay in the van for 2 or 3 nights at a time, and then get a reasonably priced hotel room. And that way you save money, because if you stay in a hotel room every night, that gets to be expensive.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, in the bottom line with all that is, you gotta, everybody has their preferences, and everybody, so you just got to do what makes you happy and what you want to do. Some people like you like to be economic and small, and then other people like to be bigger. And I kind of like in between. I just need something to move around in, because I'm big. I got all these medical issues with me, fibromyalgia and all this other crap, and knees and back and all this other stuff. So I need something that I can easily move around in. And so yeah, that's why I was saying I'm probably like a Class C, at least a Class C to me.
I'm a cheapskate. Well, and I'm pretty handy as far as like doing stuff myself.
Yeah.
And my avatar is actually my actual van. Is what my avatar is. And like I said, it was a low mile one owner van. I paid like $8,000 for it cash, and
Nice.
for maybe another 1,000, it's going to be totally set up to be a camper. So
Yeah.
I mean, and to me, I mean, if you go get a nice, say, Sprinter, pre-built Sprinter van motorhome, you're looking at $80,000 to $100,000.
Yep.
So to me, now if I was going to live in it full time, like I said, right now it's just for like trips,
Right.
for fun. Now if I was going to live in it full time, I would get something bigger. But right now, I don't need $100,000 Sprinter van motorhome.
Right.
Because I'm only going to get to use it a few times a year.
Right. And then the rest of the time it's sitting.
Yeah. Or, and it's small enough that like right now I'm driving it to work. I'm commuting to Atlanta 46 miles a day, every day in the van. It gets 25 miles a gallon. I can park it anywhere I want to because it parks like a car, and a big ass Sprinter van with the high top. You can't just take that thing anywhere,
Right.
So
yeah.
But enough about camper vans. I've kind of took over the conversation.
It's fine. I know my battery's getting low here though, so if I go boop, you'll.
Yeah, I've kind of took over the conversation talking about camper vans.
No, you're good. You guys enjoyed it.
The most
awesome conversation.
The most important thing I've done to it so far, as far as a what's the word I'm looking for? As far as a
hold on just a second. Let me go run inside real quick.
Okay.
I'll be right back. right, got that. Hold on a second. Alrighty, I'm back. I went and got a plug-in so I'm not going to run out of power.
Modification, that was the word I was looking for. The most important modification I've made to it is I got a license plate frame for the back license plate that says, if the vans are rocking, don't come knocking.
Nice. Oh, man.
But yeah, so I've done a little bit of work too. It's funny because it's a European style van, which is
Right.
like the weird boxy vans.
Uh-huh.
So it's most people are like, what the hell is that? When they see it. Because
Right.
they're getting more popular, but the European vans, a lot of people aren't used to them. So they're like, what the fuck is that thing? And I'm like, oh, it's a Ford Transit Connect. And they're like, why are you driving that? And I was like, oh, I'm making a camper out of it. But
yeah,
I put driving lights on the front of it. Like I said, I've been doing some fun stuff with it. I need to get all the electrical shit worked out.
right. Yeah. This sounds like a timing thing.
There's the if you want to share that so you can see it, there's the front end of it.
Let me see. Oh, cool. Oh yeah.
I put some driving lights, some hella driving lights on it, and I made that license plate using a decal I found in like an aluminum license plate blank.
Uh-huh.
Not all who wander are lost. Yeah, I put that on the front of it. So
Oh, nice.
It's not your average van.
No. Yeah.
But I'm gonna say it's fun. I enjoy it. It's
Well, that's the main thing, right? Is that you
well,
enjoy it.
and like I said, when I first started this journey, I wanted a big ass full size van. I wanted like a Sprinter. I wanted a Dodge full size van. I wanted a Ford Transit full size van with the high top with all the room in it.
Yeah.
And then one day I was, like we all do, I was watching videos on YouTube, and this dude had a video where he had his build in a Transit Connect, the old body style. I have the old body style. From 2010 to 2013, they made the body style like mine. Mine's a 2010. Well, they changed after 2013 to not be as boxy and not have as much room on the inside. They made them more like a big minivan, more rounded and all that shit. Mine's like a big box. So I got to watching this dude's videos, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm a photographer and a professional skateboarder, and I live in my van full time." And he did like a video series of his van build. I got to looking at it, and I was like, man, that would be perfect because you can park it anywhere. It gets 25 miles a gallon. If I need to, I can drive it daily.
Right.
Like, and I mean, it's no different than driving an SUV. Actually, honestly, it drives like a car because
Right.
it's basically a Ford Focus van because everything in the front end of it is a Ford Focus.
Mm-hmm.
The motor, the motor, the transmission, all the running gear in the front of it is Ford Focus, which means it's cheap to work on. It's easy to work on. Anybody can work on it.
Right.
So I got to looking at it and I was like, man, that would be the perfect thing for me because I don't need this humongous fucking van. I can park this van in my garage, work on it. And it just kind of went from there. I ended up finding the one I found and on the internet and went and bought it. But I have a weakness for black vehicles. So it was a one owner black van that was already tinted, and blacked out.
Right.
So to me, that was like, oh, it's the perfect van because I love shit like that.
Right.
So all I did was black out the wheel covers, and other than that, it was already tinted up and blacked out. So,
okay.
Which most of them you see are white because they were used, for companies.
Yeah. Right.
All the companies use white ones. So it's kind of odd to find a color other than white,
Right.
just because of the nature of the vehicle. Most of the companies didn't care what color they were; they just bought white because that was the cheapest one they could buy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's kind of funny because I bought it at Lexus of Atlanta. It came from Kentucky. So apparently somebody from Kentucky moved to Atlanta and they had used it.
Right there is supposed to be yours because you grew up in Kentucky. So there you go.
Yeah. They moved from Kentucky to the Atlanta area. They had used it as like a wheelchair van.
Uh-huh.
Because it was actually a wagon. The ones you see for work are like, work vans. This one was actually what they called a wagon. It had a second row of seats, but you could fold those seats up against, the front seats. And when you folded the seats up, you had a big platform in the back. So they used it as like a wheelchair van to where you could put somebody in a wheelchair in there and tie them down in the back of the van.
Right.
Well, apparently when they moved to Atlanta, they traded it in on a Lexus. So apparently whoever needed the wheelchair, Granny or whoever, they had left in a home and she didn't need the wheelchair van anymore. So they traded it in on a Lexus. Well, it was low mileage and one owner. So the Lexus dealership kept it to resell. So I got to looking on, Auto Trader and all those things online. I found it on there and I messaged them and they're like, oh yeah, it's still available. So my wife and I went down there to look at it. Well, the funny thing was the Lexus dealership, they deal in high-end cars.
Right.
This was probably the cheapest car on the lot. I guarantee you 150% it was the cheapest car on the lot.
Right.
They treated us like royalty.
Oh, really?
Because it was the Lexus dealership. The Lexus dealership in Atlanta is like 2 stories. And it has like its own cafe and you go talk to people and like, hey, would you like a cappuccino? Would you like a sandwich? Would you like this? Would you like that? Right. And I'm thinking, we're here to buy like an $8,000 van. Y'all are trying to sell, $70,000 cars. And we're here to buy the cheapest car on the lot. And they treated us just like we were there to buy a $70,000 car, which was kind of funny to me,
Right.
And we looked at it and the guy brought it out. They had a guy that was in charge of like the used car sales. He posted them on like Auto Trader on eBay, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But they gave us the same treatment as if we were buying a brand new Lexus. And I was like, man, this is fucking, this is weird. So I go test drive it and all this other stuff, and I drop them on the price a little bit, and I'm like, yeah, I'm leaving the Lexus deal with an $8,000 car that I just paid cash for, and the person next to me is driving a brand new Lexus that's worth probably $70,000.
Right.
And they're offering me, cappuccinos and snacks and Fiji water and all this other stuff. I was like, man, this is the weirdest used car buying experience I've ever had. And the Lexus dealership in Atlanta, it's like 2-story, and there's like a great big atrium with like a big fancy staircase with like a huge like crystal chandelier in the middle of the atrium. And I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Right.
We go talk to the guy, and he's like, oh yeah, it's a really nice van. And we kept it because I said, it's a 2010. And when we bought it, it only had like 70,000 miles on it. And I just bought it a year or so ago. So, I mean, for a 2010, almost 10 years of use, that's low mileage.
Right.
70,000 miles. And I was like, oh, okay. It felt kind of weird because I was like, oh, I'm at this fancy ass dealership, buying a car. He's like, oh, yeah, I was like, this is funny, man, because y'all are treating me like I'm a king, and this is probably the cheapest car you've ever had on the lot.
Right.
It was kind of surreal to go buy it from there. But I bought it mainly on the mileage and the color and it being one owner because, like I said, 99.9% of them you see are white. And I'm a sucker for a black vehicle, especially a blacked out black vehicle. And when we bought it, it already had the windows and everything blacked out. All I had to do was take the wheel covers off and black them out. And now the whole thing is blacked out, which I don't know. Like I said, it's always been a weakness of mine.
I guess we're actually really live because we got some Mr. Peabody came in. I don't know if you know Mr. Peabody or not.
I do. I know the name. Yeah.
Yeah. He's I got to know him because he was on DJ D's show for a while. What's up?
We've been sitting here talking for almost 2 hours, and finally somebody.
I didn't even know we were going across. I thought it was like I didn't know like we're live stream. I didn't know if it was a private or not.
No, you're live. You're 100% live on YouTube right now.
Yeah, we've just been chilling out, having a conversation. Not really talking too much about anything in particular.
It was it was mostly a beta test for you, and then we just got to bullshitting about whatever.
Let's see, lots of lag on my end. The Aussie
internet.
Oh.
Yeah, see, it's good on my end. You and I both are not.
Well, he's in Australia though.
Yeah, it must be on his end. Yeah, but hello, Mr. Peabody. Welcome to our random conversations about whatever we're talking about.
Are the fires affecting you, Mr. Peabody?
Oh yes, I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, those brush fires or bush fires in Australia. Yeah, how are you making it there, Mr. Peabody?
See if he answers. He's probably typing.
Yeah, it may take him a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, you can click on my comment again if you want to take it off the screen.
What comment's that?
Over on the right hand side where the comments are, how it has my comment up saying test test.
Oh,
If
that's fine.
you,
It can be
yeah,
there.
I was gonna say if you click it again, it'll show our names or whatever.
If I click that like that.
Yeah, see now it's just showing us and our names.
Oh, okay.
So
Gotcha.
you can highlight and unhighlight comments.
Right. Yeah, I'm showing that we got 3 people watching us. Mr.
Oh, really?
Peabody's the one talking. Yeah.
So we got some lurkers. Well, you probably normally the channel owner counts as one. So it'd be you,
Okay,
Mr. Peabody, and somebody else that's lurking.
Well, would it show you too?
No, because I don't have the YouTube side pulled up.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm just on the StreamYard side. So yeah. So there's a lurker in there, a dirty lurker.
That's how we got started with this whole thing, Mr. Peabody, is back in the days I was used to doing the hangouts, and now using StreamYards. I wasn't sure how to do StreamYards, so Han here been instructing me how to do this. That's how we got started, and that was how long ago? An hour and 40-some minutes ago.
Yeah, almost 2 hours ago now. Yeah, almost 2 hours ago. We're in the middle of summer and you're in winter, and yes, you're live, and I got the notification. Random conversations are the best ones. So he still didn't say. How about the fires for you, Mr. Peabody? Are you having to deal with the brush fires at all? I don't know what part of Australia you're in. We've been having some super random conversations.
You want to come on and join us, Mr. Peabody? Just give me, because I don't have Twitter on here, but give me your email address and I can send you an invite, and then you can come on here if you're able to. If not, it's not a big deal.
Okay, so you're on the opposite side of that's good for you at least.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're in a safe spot there, Mr. Peabody, because from what I've seen, those the brush fires or bush fires are getting pretty crazy.
Yeah. See, when I went to Australia, I was always on we went to Perth Fremantle area. That's where the ships pulled into, and then been to Tasmania once when I was active duty in the Navy.
Oh, that's right. What was your job in the Navy?
Supply.
Okay. So I was never actually in the Navy. In high school, I was in Navy ROTC.
Oh, okay.
So we went on a lot of field trips to Norfolk, to Great Lakes, to Pensacola. It's just we'd take like a week-long field trip. Like we came to Pensacola and got to meet the Blue Angels and all that stuff.
Okay, yeah. So you've been right down the base.
Yeah, we'd go to Great Lakes and do like the damage control simulator.
Mm-hmm.
Where they flood the ship and you try to patch all the holes and shit.
Right.
And, I said normally we took 3 trips a year: one to Norfolk, one to Great Lakes, and one to Pensacola. So I've been to Pensacola several times. Like I said, never is actually real Navy, but is Navy ROTC.
Right.
We'd stay on base in barracks, and he'd hit the chow hall and all that stuff. Right. It was pretty, as a teenager, it was pretty cool.
Right. Yeah, when I went to boot camp in Orlando when Orlando was still open.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we used to do
for my first shore duty.
Well, I actually grew up in Kentucky. I grew up in Louisville, Kentucky, and we used to do mini boot camp. For us, because we were high school kids, we did like a mini boot camp, in Great Lakes, where they kind of showed us what boot camp was like, but it was like boot camp light, because we were just high school kids. So it was kind of like boot camp, but not. You know what I mean?
Right.
That was how we did the damage control simulator and all that stuff was in mini boot camp. I'm glad. I mean, I hate it for Australia, but I'm glad Mr. Peabody is on. It looks like he's on the opposite side of the country, away
he's
from
on
all
the over by Perth.
Away from all the bushfires.
All right, I mean, you could try it. If it doesn't work out, then
yeah. I mean, worst case scenario, it doesn't work out, and you can tap out. Yeah, the bushfires in Australia are crazy. They say they've already
there's a lot of things in Australia that are crazy.
they say they've already arrested a bunch of people in connection with the fire starting.
Isn't that crazy? People, I mean,
it's
bad enough you got to deal with fires that are caused by Mother Nature, but then when people potentially set fires or are careless, that's just ridiculous.
Well, all the we won't get political here, but all the people on a certain side of the opinion of things try to say, "Oh, it's all climate change, and that's why it's happening." But then come to find out, most of it was started by people doing stupid shit.
Yeah,
and they've already arrested people.
I don't mind people at all, so don't worry about that. I mean, if somebody doesn't, here's what I'm at. There's so many you see out there nowadays where conversation is just like deadlock. Nobody, you can't have a conversation, even with somebody like that you have a differing opinion of. Used to be, you could have a conversation with a person even if they don't have the same views as you. You could have a civil conversation, and you still can now, but like if you take it to the big government, you can't have no civil conversation. There's no such thing anymore.
Yeah.
Like I had a civil conversation the other day with somebody had the opposite opinion of me. I'm not gonna sit there, I'll give my side of things and I'll listen to their side, and hey, it is what it is.
Well, the problem is you don't have people that can agree to disagree anymore.
But yeah, a lot. Yeah,
I mean, I could talk about whatever, and you could talk about whatever, and we could be the farthest apart of anybody.
Right.
But the thing is,
I could sit here and tell you I'm an avid Trump supporter, and you could hate Trump. You could hate Trump, but now if you talk to a person that's totally flipped out, that's totally like whatever, if I were to tell them that, they'd leave the live stream. They wouldn't even talk.
Yeah, and see,
you know what I'm saying?
Oh, Mr. Peabody gave you an email.
All right, cool.
Oh, he lived in Peoria, Illinois for 2 years when he was 8.
Who did?
It's Mr. Peabody. Right above that comment of his email address.
Comment again. Oh, there it is. All right, I gotta invite.
So that's the thing. I don't care.
Is that a Gmail address? I can't see.
Mr. Peabody at mail.com.
Oh, he's got an at mail. I have an at mail.com too. You don't have it. Is that supposed to be at mail or is that Gmail?
Yeah,
Because when I
that's the funny thing anymore is
click the link, it says Gmail, email default. I don't know. Let's see. Am I still there?
yeah, you're still here.
Okay, I'm just checking. Let me know if he says so. It's Mr. Peabody, and he put mail.com, right?
Yeah, at mail.com, and he hadn't said anything since
He's
that.
the first person I met that has a mail.com address like me. I also got a gmail.com address, but the mail.com not a lot of people have.
But yeah, we're nowadays, man, we're a dying breed because you could talk for an hour about we'll just anything. We'll just say anything of politics, and I could think opposite of you. But at the end of the day, I like talking to you, so I'm going to say, well, I don't agree with you, but we can agree to disagree, and we can still have a conversation about whatever else. You know what I mean?
Right.
And people can't do that anymore. They get so mad and so upset that it's either you believe what they believe or they don't want to fucking talk to you or they want to talk down to you.
In my case with me, if they don't want to talk to me, they're suffering from Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah, and no matter what politics you believe in it for whatever you believe in it for. I believe in it for what I believe in it for. If we want to conversate about it, that's cool. But at the end of the day, we're two dudes talking on the internet. So why should we hate each other because of political beliefs or affiliations? You know what I mean? That's
exactly,
to me, that's not the way the country works. The way the country works is everybody has their own opinion. Everybody has their own rights to believe what they believe. But at the end of the day, we're all Americans. We're all people. I'll say Americans just because you and I are talking, but we're all citizens of the world. If you want to take it farther than that, and
check your mail, Mr. Peabody, see if you got it. Let me know if you got it or not. If not, I'll try to resend it again. I think.
Yeah, he says it's yeah, he says it's at mail, not Gmail.
Right, I sent it to the at mail one.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, no problem.
All right, I'm back.
All right. I'm going to try to send this again because I don't know if he got it all right. All right, send it again. Hopefully you got it. All right. Hopefully he'll pop up. You ever check out any of his videos?
What was that?
Have you ever checked out any of Mr. Peabody's videos?
No, I haven't, to be honest with you.
Yeah. He does some singing videos. He has his little like studio thing set. And he does. He's pretty good actually.
Yeah, I need to look him up on YouTube.
One of the things I look for too is like, am I better off now than I was before? Am I, all the other stuff doesn't make a difference to me. I mean, it does, but I mean, but if I think about it, am I better off now? Am I making more money? Am I be able to keep more money? How's my 401ks doing and this and that? How's the economy doing? Am I doing better than I was before?
Yeah.
And for me, the answer is yes. Just check, nothing yet. I sent it twice. Got it, just looking through it now. Okay, he got it. He's got it.
Yeah, I might have to subscribe to Mr. Peabody because I haven't subscribed to Mr. Peabody, apparently.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I met him through DJD. That's how I met him originally. It could be that lag too that he's dealing with.
Yeah, it could be.
There. I see him now. Let's see.
Hey guys,
Hey, Mr. Peabody, nice to meet you.
how you going?
Well, you got a new subscriber now there, Mr. Peabody. Han just subscribed to you.
Oh, he's still got the YouTube going.
I've got to. Hang on, I got to kill something here. Hang on.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah,
Yep.
there you go.
Okay.
That way
There
there's
you
no echo. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Peabody. Yeah, I just subscribed to you. I don't think we've talked to each other before, but
I've been on and about for a little while, but I don't do a hell of a lot. But I have watched a lot of Ron's videos. I haven't seen you before, but how you going? And welcome from Australia.
Hey.
And you are. Yes, you are live, and you are streaming across the world.
yeah, we just been sitting here bullshitting, and then all of a sudden Ron's like, "I think we're live on YouTube," and I was like, "Yeah."
Well,
If you
not only are you live, but a notification was sent out. In fact,
Oh yeah.
I on my notifications, I had 2 notifications for you.
Well, I started stream earlier, but it wasn't in Streamlab or StreamYard. It was regular. I couldn't invite anybody, and then I lost connection. Then I started the thing again, and then me and Han got talking. He's like, because I didn't know how to do the Streamlab or Yard. I keep saying lab, StreamYard to people. So that's how this one got started. He showed me how to do it. So. Because before it was for me.
Well, I must be subscribed to you because I had 2 notifications for you.
Yeah, and then we got to we got to just bullshitting about random topics, and then all of a sudden it's like we realized, hey, we're still live on YouTube.
Well, I think I came in when you were talking about the black car, and you said, well, 99% of those cars are all white. I love my black cars, and especially when they're blacked out. The only thing I had to do was take off the wheel covers and black them out.
I was talking about my van that I'm making a camper van, which is also my avatar. If you look, that's my avatar. I got a Ford Transit Connect. I'm making into like a camper van. It's black, and the windows. When I bought it, the windows were tinted dark. So I took the silver wheel covers off of it and painted them black. So the whole thing is like blacked out. Yeah, and that's what we were talking about. Yeah.
And now all you need is a rotor blade, so you've got a black helicopter.
Well, a friend of mine keeps saying that it looks like something from like a funeral home. So if I want to like camp on the street somewhere and like blend in, he's like, "Hey man, you need to get some magnetic signs made to stick on it that say like so and so funeral home, because nobody's going to mess with a funeral home car."
Well, already it's going to look like a CIA vehicle. So it's like they're going to see this black van with everything blacked out, and they're going to look at that and think, "Is that the FBI, CIA, or is that somebody else?"
Hey, he could be CIA. He's just not allowed to tell us.
Yep.
I could be
lying. If he did tell us, he'd have to kill us.
I could totally be lying about what I do for work, and I could be monitoring. Exactly. I could be monitoring both of you as we speak.
Oh, geez.
Well, good luck with that one.
It's nice to meet you, Mr. Peabody. I don't think I've run into you anywhere else that I can think of.
As I said, I was on DJD for a little while there, but then DJD sort of like he went offline for a little bit, and I didn't catch up with him when he came back on. I'm very good friends with Frank in the Shorehand Wiener Dog clan, but I mainly stick around Odin's movie blog.
Oh, okay, that's where you've been hanging out lately. Yeah, DJ's it's like. Like the other night, he came on live for like 8 minutes, like after midnight.
Yeah, well, because he used to
sporadic. He's really sporadic.
Yeah, no, he used to send messages to me and Adam to come on, because he didn't really have people come on to his thing, but he just wanted us to jump on there just for random people talking, and everybody wants a random Aussie. And
times he'd had me on.
But so he used to invite us on there, and we'd jump on there, and DJ can just talk like an animal. He can just talk the whole way through. So every time we talked, we'd look for a little break in the thing, and we'd throw our voice in there.
Yeah.
But no, very enjoyable. Then he went offline for a while, and it's like, whoa, what happened? But he never got back in touch with me. I think he still talks to Adam, I never managed to catch up with him again.
Did you message him on Discord?
I had him on Discord. I was actually a Patreon of his as well. But the way it worked, his Patreon was like it was $2 a month, which is nothing really. But by the time you get to Australia and you do the exchange rate, and then you do the calculations for all the processing, it was costing me $7 for $2.
No.
So I apologized to him and said, "I'm sorry, but it's like I'm not paying $7 when all you're getting is $2, and all the rest is going to processing and everything like that." So I did apologize to him, but I did cut that Patreon.
Right. It's almost better to do like a PayPal type thing.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
That's the
it's better for me.
PayPal.
It's better for me
All the
to send money direct rather than through all that stuff.
Right.
Yeah, because there's the exchange rate, and they take their percentage off of it and all that stuff. So yeah,
Yeah, I was like Odin's. I've got 2 Patreon accounts with Odin, and they're both for $1 a month. So they cost me $4 a month.
oh,
So yeah, instead of $2 a month, it's $4 a month. But I don't mind that. That's not so bad. But when you're paying $7 a month for something that's only supposed to be $2, I think fuck it.
Right. Well, too, like a lot of times, people just give to the Patreon because most of the time nobody puts any damn content on the Patreon, anyways. There's stuff they don't really keep their Patreons up.
Well, Odin actually does. I just don't. I don't track it that much.
Right.
But I will tell you this: the exchange rate. So the American dollar at the moment, I think, is worth about. I think at the moment, the Australian dollar against the greenback at the moment is about 67 cents. But for me to post something to America costs me a lot less than it costs you guys. So I can send something up to $1 kilo to America, and that'll cost me about $30, whereas it'll cost you guys $45 in American to send it back this way. And I was surprised because Adam has actually sent me a package this week. I won't get it until a week down the track somewhere, but he spent $80 American sending me the package.
Man.
And I said, whoa, you shouldn't be spending that much money on fucking me, man. But he spent $80 just to send the package. I'm not talking about the cost of what's in the package. I'm talking that's how much it cost him to post it.
Right. Yeah.
And that's a shitload of money to send. I mean, we've been buddies for a fair while now, but it's like, I don't expect him to waste his money on me, man.
You know what? Believe it or not, though, you could pay. I mean, it costs sometimes, depending on the size of the package, that much to send stuff just here in the United States.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you, it's like, I can go on eBay and I can buy things from Hong Kong. Okay. I can buy things from Hong Kong and I can buy things from the other side of Australia. The stuff that I buy from the other side of Australia takes twice as long to get here. The stuff I buy from Hong Kong gets here in about a week. The stuff from the other side of Australia takes 2 weeks.
Wow.
And you're thinking, how is that possible? It's like, you'd think, you'd think it would get here fairly quickly, but no, it doesn't.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you've also got to look. You've got to take into effect that a lot of the stuff is transferred by truck, and a lot of the trucks are actually stopped on the Nullarbor Plain because of the fire.
Right.
The Nullarbor, we call it the Nullarbor Plain. It's the road that goes right across Australia, right? And it's called the Nullarbor. And it's very long, it's very straight, and it's very flat. That's why it's called the Nullarbor Plain. And a lot of the trucks are being stopped on the Nullarbor Plain so they don't go into the fires. So a lot of the stuff that would normally be traveling back and forwards across Australia, that's stopped. So you can expect that things that I do get from the other side of Australia are going to take longer to get here.
Right. Now, are the fires are they traveling east to west, north to south? How do they?
For the bulk,
where are they actually covering?
For the bulk of it, they're going west to east. But they started where they are, and they're sweeping across. But I did type it in your comments and everything like that. But here's the thing: for the last 10 years, the government's been cutting the budget for the RFS, which is the rural fire service, right? They've been cutting the budget for the people that fight these fires.
Right.
And the other thing that's happened is over the last few years is the greenies and the environmentalists have been going out there and stopping the fire services from doing backburning.
Oh
So-
yeah.
So they've been protesting, and they've stopped them from actually burning off the fuel that they needed to burn off,
Right.
because they were saying, "Oh no, you can't do that because you're releasing too much carbon into the atmosphere." Well, how much fucking carbon do you think's in the atmosphere now? Do you know what I mean?
Right.
When
Right.
we've had hundreds of thousands of hectares of bushland go up in smoke, and all those animals you want to protect, they're dead. You know,
Yeah.
we saved as many as we could, but the fact is, a lot of them are dead.
Yeah.
So environmentalists, you know, do your homework and protest the right things. You're protesting the wrong thing. These guys are just there to try and help prevent this kind of mess. And
Yeah.
so
Those environmentalists hurt the environment more than they help it sometimes.
Yeah. and
It's
so,
just
I mean, I'm sorry I got a bit thing with there, but it's like it annoys the absolute crap out of me,
Right.
because they just don't think. They don't think ahead. They think this is my issue right now. They don't think about other things that are happening. They just, it's like, I need to promote my issue, and I need to be out there. No, you don't need to be out there. What you do need to be doing is doing some research into what you're talking about.
Isn't that the truth? I mean, that happens over here so much too. Is like people yap about this and that, and they don't even do no research. They're just there putting vagina hats on their head.
I was like, everything I talk about, even when I do my little videos and everything like that, I research all the way down the line, so I know exactly what I'm talking about. And there's things that I don't even. So there's videos that I have done that I haven't posted because I didn't feel like I'd done enough research. But everything that I go on and say, I make sure that I know what I'm talking about. But
Right.
these environmentalists, they can go.
So are you hearing the same thing there that we are here, that people have been arrested for starting the fires?
We've heard. I haven't heard about arrests, but the fact is, that's the stupid thing. People, they see there's large fires here, and it's getting so much coverage. It's getting 24/7 coverage on some stations here. So it's a lot of publicity, and young clowns are seeing this and thinking, I can be part of that. I can be a fucking star if I start a fire. What a fucking idiot. Don't do it. And if they catch them, hang them up, stick them on a post, and light them up. They're putting people's lives at risk.
Yeah.
They're killing animals, and they're destroying people's houses. So, you know,
Yeah.
so put them on a post and light them up. That's what I've got to say about that. But have I heard anything about? Have I heard anything about arrests? No.
That's the same as the terrorist act right there. When you do that and you put people's lives in jeopardy, that's terrorism.
Well, it's not just because they think of it. Oh, look, we're going to start a fire and it's going to do this. It's going to burn some bush. Well, it does a lot more than that. You also burn infrastructure. So the power system over in the east is fucked. The telecommunication system is fucked. And there's a whole lot of other systems that have gone down because the fires have wiped through them.
Right.
And so that's the problem. People don't think about what they're doing. If you thought about what you were doing and you thought about the consequences, it wouldn't happen.
Well, then when they finally do get them out, just think how much money is going to have to be spent to redo all those infrastructure issues, to rebuild houses.
Exactly right. You think about it, it's like, yeah, sure. For the last 10 years, the government saved a little bit of money by holding back funding to these services. But how much do they have to pay out now? billions,
Exactly.
billions and billions of dollars just to get things back to level. So, are you saving any
crazy.
money? No. So, once again, being a government, you should be thinking ahead, but none of the governments think ahead. They think to the next election. That's all they think to.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Here too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly the same here.
But
They
yeah,
don't give a crap about the people. They give a crap about how much money they can put in their own pockets.
yeah. It's like our prime minister at the moment. He's getting a shitstorm. He's getting a shitstorm of crap because in the middle of our fires, he went on holiday to Hawaii. So we've got all these. So we've got a firestorm in Australia, right? So they show here's the firestorm, and they show a picture of the prime minister wearing a lei around his head in Hawaii, and so a lot of Australia went. So he's copying a shit stuff. He came back. He went into the fire ravaged areas, right? And he was talking to the people that were there, right? And he was trying to shake all their hands. They refused to shake his hand.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, they refused. It's like, and he was doing it as a photo opportunity. So he had the cameras there. And he's offering his hand to these people. He offered his hand to a guy that was in the fire department. He offered his hand to him, and the guy said to him straight up, "I'm not shaking your hand." And it's all on camera. All on camera. It's all over the news. And he went up to this woman in the street, and he went to go shake her hand, and she wouldn't shake his hand. So he picked up her hand and put it in his hand, and then shook her hand. It's like, are you kidding me?
Holy shit!
How pathetic is that? Yeah.
Oh my god! Holy shit! What time is it over there right now?
It's 20 past 3 in the afternoon.
Okay.
So it must be 20 past 2 for you guys.
Well, 20 past for me is 20 past 2 for.
Yeah, it's 20 past 2 for me. Yeah.
Because I know you guys have got daylight savings like we do over here. Luckily, Western Australia, we don't have daylight savings because we voted that out years ago.
Yeah.
But the rest of the country does have it. So the eastern states at the moment are 3 hours ahead of me.
Oh, really?
So I might be 12 hours ahead of you, but the eastern states are another 3 hours ahead of me.
Right. Yeah, it's like Han is on East Coast time. I'm on Central time, and then you got Mountain time and then Pacific time here.
Yeah, I don't understand what's this mountain time because isn't that just California?
No, it's the
Mountain time is like
kind of
Colorado.
middle. Yeah, it's like
okay.
around Colorado and stuff like that.
Right.
Pacific time would be like the West
All-
Coast, like California.
California, Washington, Oregon.
Yeah, because South Australia is 2.5 hours ahead of me, and the East Coast is 3 hours ahead.
Yeah. Well,
but
you're not far from Perth, right?
I'm in Perth.
Okay, you're in Perth.
Yeah.
I was just telling him earlier. I think you were probably on when I told him that I've been to Perth twice.
Yeah,
on this
with the Navy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Tasmania once. Never got to the east side of Australia. It was always the west side.
Well, that's interesting because usually they go to the east side,
Yeah.
I think over here we've got the better naval base. So.
last time I was there, I was on the Vincent, which is an aircraft carrier. That was back in 96, 97, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
So, but Perth is a beautiful city. It's a clean city unless it's changed. It was a clean city. visited there.
It's pretty much the same, but it's like anywhere else in the world. What they do is the immigration here is basically we get 1,000 new people every week. And the government doesn't set up for that. They just think, oh, we've got 1,000 more people, paying tax and voting for us and everything like that. Oh, that's all good. But they don't set up the infrastructure to accommodate those people.
Right.
And 1,000 new people every week that aren't taught to drive in Australia is a bad thing. They're all driving on international licenses and they can't drive here. Same thing is like I would not expect myself to be able to just go to America on an international driver's license and be able to safely drive in America. Because you've got different road rules, you've got different signage, and I'd have to learn what I had to look out for and things like that.
Right.
And I know, I've seen a show from Canada, which is, I think, Canada's worst driver. And I saw some of the signage that they've got in Canada and some of the road rules they've got in Canada. I'd be fucking lost, man. Don't send me there.
Well, with here, well, we used miles per hour where they use,
we call kilometer per hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's okay because that's easy for me to convert. Basically 50 miles per hour is 80 k's an hour. And I mean, my first car was miles per hour, so I know how to convert. So that's not the problem. It's just like some of the road rules, some of the little nifty road rules that you guys grew up with, that if someone comes from somewhere else would have no idea about.
Well,
so if I was driving in America, you guys would probably be honking your horn at me saying, "Get the fuck off the road."
and you're used to driving on the opposite side of the road of us.
That's okay because I'm also used to driving upside down. So once you flip me over, I should be on the right side of the road. Yeah.
Wookie Supremacy's here. Hell, Wookie.
What's going on?
I know Han, but who's the Aussie? Would you like to introduce yourself, Mr. Peabody?
Oh, hi. I'm sorry, I'm only seeing you guys, so I did turn off my YouTube.
Yeah, you're roboting out really bad.
Yeah.
I'm just Mr. Peabody, and the reason why I'm Mr. Peabody is because YouTube and Google would not let me use my name. Yeah, I figured that would happen eventually. Yeah,
Wookie. He's kind of breaking up, Wookie. Mr. Peabody that you see above you in the chat.
Now?
That's who's awesome. Your picture's still frozen. Maybe bounce out and back and come back in. Maybe that would help.
Yeah, he froze. I don't even know now.
Yeah, you're froze on our side, Mr. Peabody. If you can hear us, maybe if you jump out and like restart Chrome and jump back in, that may help.
But the reason I'm
oh, he's back. Kinda.
Yeah,
you're
now.
Oh, there he goes.
He goes.
He'll
be back. He'll come back.
Yeah, that's who above you. That's who's above you there in the comments. Wookie is Mr. Peabody. That's who the Aussie is. Welcome, Wookie Supremacy. Good to see you, bro.
Yeah, he showed up at the earlier one when everything was. So Wookie, Han Han here showed me how to actually use StreamYard properly, so I could actually have guests. So we've been just hanging out here talking for over 2 hours.
Yeah, it's creeping up on 3 hours. It's like 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, we've just been talking about everything.
We started talking about just bullshit, and then all of a sudden people started showing up in the chat here recently. But it's good to see you, Wookie. How you doing, bro?
He was talking earlier. Wookie was in there talking earlier that he's getting more subs and stuff, and he's going to watch his content. And I was like, just be you, you know.
He said, "Dumbo arigato, Mr. Roboto." Talking about Mr. Peabody.
I was surprised I worked as well as it did for that long. Well, hey, try to come back in. You know, he probably just had one of those. Who knows what the hell happened?
And sometimes if you restart your browser, that can help too. And hopefully you're using Chrome, Mr. Peabody, because it works best with Chrome.
Yeah.
So
I think maybe DJ got a hold of you, Mr. Peabody, and gave you some of his internet problems.
Yeah, he always says he has that Wakandan internet.
Yeah, there he is.
You're back. Welcome back.
As I said, I'm surprised it worked for as long as it did that well. Because the Aussie internet sucks.
So go back to, because you were cutting off when you're explaining why you're Mr. Peabody.
Why you couldn't use your name? Yeah,
I couldn't use my name. It wouldn't let me use my name. It wouldn't let me use derivatives of my name. It wouldn't let me use a nickname, and it kept on saying no. And so I got frustrated, and I said, "Oh, fuck it." So I typed in Mr. Peabody, and it said accepted. I thought, what? So that's how I became Mr. Peabody, because I thought, how can they accept that when it's a cartoon, it's a registered trademark.
Right.
I can use that, but I can't use my name.
What is your name, by the way?
It's
Paul.
Paul? They wouldn't let you use Paul?
Well, they wouldn't let me use my last name because funny thing is, my last name, my full name is the same as a very well-known soccer player in England.
Oh.
So yeah, when I tried to use it on Google, they said no, can't use it, and on YouTube can't use it. So I tried, Paul something black with stars and fucking hashtags and like, no, can't use it. So I got so frustrated, I went, oh, Mr. Peabody, and I said, yep, no problem. I thought,
so that's just a random name that you picked was Mr. Peabody.
Yeah, I just pulled it out of the air. It's like, oh, I'll put Mr. Peabody because I mean, like, it's Mr. P, which is Mr. Paul, and I don't know. I just come up with that, but now whenever I go into chat or anything like that, everybody knows me as Mr. Peabody. So now I have to stick with that.
Well, it makes me. You remember that cartoon? Was it Sherman and Mr. Peabody? You remember that cartoon? That's what it made me think of when I saw your name. I was like, oh, okay, cool, Mr. Peabody, like the old cartoon.
No, so if you punch in Mr. Peabody, that's what you're going to get on YouTube. You're going to get the cartoon. The easiest way to find me is if you punch in Mr. Peabody, Let It Snow, and that's me singing Let It Snow, wearing antler ears and jiggling around like this and going, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Oh, okay.
No, you did a video not long ago. You were singing. I watched.
I think I did two over Christmas. I think I did Jingle Bell Rock and Have Yourself a Merry Christmas. Yeah,
I think I saw them both. Yeah,
and I mainly do that for my ma. My ma likes to see that stuff. Now, who doesn't want to please their ma? Come on.
Right. Well, see, I've had the same problem with my last name, but it's not because it belongs to a famous soccer player or anything. I've had mine like on several like ESPN and different things that they wouldn't let me use it because they said I couldn't use vulgar language.
Oh man, you're such a Ron.
Well, my
Vulgar
my
language. Ron Navy
my last
is vulgar
name-
language.
my last name is Dyke.
That's horrible. How could you talk about those people like that, Ron?
Yeah, Ron, that's
I am
terrible.
a true one, though. You know, I'm a true Dyke. So there you go. I always said if I had a daughter, I'd name her Ima.
Oh,
If I really wanted to be really mean, her middle name would be Bull.
oh, no. If you want to be really mean, her middle name would be Thoroughly.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine roll call in school? I'm a Dyke. I'm a Dyke.
I'm a thoroughly dark.
I'm a bulldog. Is there any I'm a bulldog here?
Just reading off the roll call here. Is there an I'm a not present? I'm a not present.
It's not any worse than the people I know that name their kids after like cars and stuff, like Mercedes and Lexus, and like stripper names.
Stripper names, yeah.
Yeah, they name newborn kids like stripper names, like Gucci and Lexus, and I'm like, do you just want to like set your kid up to be a stripper? I mean, is that what you're trying to do?
Well, here's a story.
Like Northwest.
A friend of mine was a nurse, and she was in the maternity ward, and this Indian woman was in there, and she didn't know what to call her baby. So she's going through the baby names book and everything like that. And she said, I've looked through all these names, but there's nothing here I like. But I've heard this name many times, and I think it's a lovely name. I'm going to call my baby Placenta. That's a true story. She really was. And she had to be explained why she couldn't call her baby Placenta.
Oh, that's just so bad. Hey, Mr. Pete, Han here actually does his show. How often is your show? Tell him about your show, Han.
It's bi-weekly. Name That Tune. It's like a game show. Actually, this Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern American time. I don't know what that would be in Australian time, but
well, basically you're 12 hours behind.
Yeah, so
it would be 9 a.m.
Yeah, so I do a bi-weekly stream called Name That Tune. It's like a game show.
Yeah,
where
that could be a problem for me though, because I mean, like, name your tunes might be completely different to name my tunes.
Well, people come on, and I have a DJ that provides the music, and it was an old game show in America where they would play like the music from a song, not with the lyrics or anything, and you would try to guess, what the song was. And that's basically what it is. And this Sunday, we have the Tournament of Champions, like the ending of season 1. Last year was season 1. So this Sunday, we have the Tournament of Champions where like the 4 winners face off against each other. So it'll be this Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern American time.
So that would be 9 a.m. Monday morning for me.
Yeah, so
I'll try and catch up with that.
Yeah, if you get a chance, it's on my channel, and we normally have a good time with it.
What's your channel's name again? Sorry,
Han Star. Look in the chat if you can look in the YouTube chat. I've been talking in the YouTube
Oh,
chat.
yeah. Hand start. Yeah, all right.
And if you want to sub to my channel, and I think I subbed back to you. I'm pretty sure I did.
Yeah, you did earlier.
Hang on. Should be able to. Come on. Click on it. All right. No. I can't click on it. Hang on. Maybe I can click over here. No. That's okay. I'll find it. Hang on. Let me do a quick search. Well, it won't let me click on it, so I'm going to do a search. Hang on.
Yeah, just look for a green icon with a black van on it. Because apparently,
you need that CIO. Yep, gotcha. Found you. Subscribe.
Apparently, there's like an Asian dude named Han Star as well.
That would not surprise me. But I found you. I did subscribe.
I appreciate it.
But no, I should find that fun. Unless you play a whole lot of country western songs, and then I'm out.
We have 3 rounds. The first round has like a wheel of music. It's got like country, rock, and R&B on it. And I start out by spinning the wheel, and then like say you guess the song. Well, you get to decide to stay on the top on the music or spin the wheel. So there is some country involved, but
when you say country and R&B, 2 of my pet hates.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Not your fault. Let's just say that I don't think Beyonce is a great star. And personally, I think Oprah is the most overrated person in the world. That's just me. You can't say that's not true. Come on.
Oh, I agree with you 100%.
But I'm not so good at R&B and country. I'd be lost. But just if you went for like classic rock and stuff like that, I'd be up there. I'd be picking them off like they're nothing.
Or Christmas songs.
Yeah, maybe Christmas songs.
We do have some specialty shows. The last show was all 80s music.
Throw up some Olivia Newton-John. I'm sure he knows all those.
So we did last show we did all 80s music. This show is like the season 1 finale. So it's going to be the Tournament of Champions. The 4 people that have won from last year are going to fight it out, for the main supreme winner of the series, and then we're going to start over.
I love it how you said they're going to fight it out.
Yeah, yeah, like, they're gonna fight it out. Yeah,
and no, when we are not going to supply the weapons, they have to bring their own.
Yeah, they have to bring their own sticks and pull cues and stuff like that. Yeah,
music.
If you get a chance to watch it, I know you don't particularly like country or western music, but if you get a chance to watch it, we normally have a pretty good time.
No, it sounds like it would be a good. It does sound like the kind of thing I'd love to watch. Yeah.
I host it on my channel, but I have a DJ that is like a professional karaoke DJ that provides. It's like the karaoke version of the music, so you don't hear the words, you just hear the music.
Yeah.
And that's what they're supposed to guess off of, So it's a pretty good time. Of course, I'm kind of biased because it's my show, but we have a pretty good time with it.
Nothing wrong with being biased, my friend. Nothing wrong at all.
How do you not like country music, Mr. Peabody?
Because it sucks.
What are you talking about? You don't like no Garth Brooks? Blame it all on my roots. I showed up.
Well, I can tell you this. I do like Garth Brooks, right? Do I like what he sings? No, but I do like Garth Brooks as a person. Does that get me off? Does that get me off the hook a little bit?
Well, not all country's the same either.
Well, to me,
A lot of it's nowadays is interweaved with other types of genre.
To me, I like old country, like older country. To me, modern country is basically pop music.
Yeah, it's like popish nowadays.
I'd say that my brother did introduce me to some country music some years back, and Earl's Gotta Die would have to be right up there with a great song. I think it's the Dixie Chicks. Earl's
Gotta Die. Yeah, they did that. Yeah.
And the other one was in 1814 we took a little trip way down the Mississippi. It's like, and well, we fired our guns, but the British kept a coming. I love that song.
Oh, that's an old song.
Yeah, I think it's the Battle of New Orleans or something like that. But what a classic song!
I like 80s, 70s, 80s, early 90s country, and then the newer shit after that is like basically pop music to me. Like Taylor Swift and all those newer people. I mean, I don't know why they even call it country anymore. I like Hank Williams Jr.
When she started off, it was country, but now it's just pop. Yeah.
To me, all new country is pop music. I mean, that's just my opinion, but I like the more classic country music. Yeah. Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson, Hank Williams Jr., the older stuff.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, if you asked me, Keith Urban is an Australian guy that sings country music. Yeah. Could I name a single Keith Urban song? Nope. And you'd think, being Australian, that I'd know some of his stuff, but I don't know any of his stuff.
Well, AC/DC an Australian band.
Yeah, AC/DC is an Australian band, but they're not country.
So is the Angels.
And they had a Scottish singer. So.
Right?
Sorry?
The Angels.
The Angels, yep.
Buddy of mine, that's like his favorite band of all time, the Angels. In fact, when we pulled into, he went looking for all the Angel memorabilia shit he could find, everything.
Yeah, so I'm probably more a fan of the Hoodoo Gurus, the Little Heroes. They're all 80s bands as well. But no, I know exactly what you're talking about with the Angels and AC/DC and everything like that. AC/DC is not just a band in Australia. It's like a religion.
Right.
And you get all these young fellas in school that want to be cool that write AC/DC on their bags and go to school with AC/DC everywhere.
I saw them in concert in California on the Razor's Edge tour. And LA Guns opened for them. LA Guns sucked. I don't know why they had them open them for them, but it's a good thing AC/DC put on an awesome show because LA Guns sucked as an opening.
See, personally, my favorite, it might sound a bit weird for an Australian to say this, but my favorite artists are all Norwegian. So my favorite band is Aha from Norway. But there's other Norwegian artists that I follow. And but luckily for me, Aha is coming to Perth next month.
Oh, really?
And I have tickets. I'm going to see Aha in Perth.
They're only like 60 or 70 years old now, right?
Sorry?
They're only like 60 or 70 years old now, right?
No, they're not that old. Come on.
They're pretty old.
I think when I was 15, they were like 28. So they'd be, I don't know, 55, 60, somewhere around there. And that's all your fault.
Huh?
That's all your fault.
That's all my fault?
Yeah, it's definitely your fault. Yeah. You should have told them to stop aging, but you didn't.
Yeah.
You let them age.
Hell, I wish I could quit aging. I'm 51 already, so.
Are you 51 already for real?
You
Yeah.
don't look 51.
Yeah, you don't look 51 to me. I'm 40, and you don't look 51 to me.
Oh, thanks.
Well, give me.
I
Was it
on
on Monday? I'll be 49.
So you don't look
Happy
49.
birthday.
You don't look 49. Neither of you look your age, honestly.
Shh! Don't tell anyone. I'm just going to get a cold drink.
All right.
Okay. It's on the
Well,
internet. It's on the internet now. You can never hide it.
Yeah. Yeah, so like the 70s and 80 band. Yeah, I love the 70s and it because that's when I grew up too. Was in the 70s and 80s.
Aha. Was George Michael in Aha?
No,
That's
George
what-
Michael was part of Wham.
Yeah, Wookie was asking if George Michael was in Aha.
No. Aha is Morton Harkett, Magni Fulhamon, and then you got Paul Walker.
Take on me.
Yep,
take
exactly
on-
right.
They did, their video was like comic.
Me
So the girl gets
home.
sucked into the comic and in that song, and she meets that guy, and then in the end they're together.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that now. Yeah, it was like
And-
a comic.
Actually,
Yeah,
that video was
talk-
really
talking
good.
about-
Nobody
talking
did
about-
like before.
Yeah, talking about 80s videos, that girl that's in the Take On Me film clip, she was also in Billy Idol's clip, Forgot to Be a Lover.
Oh, okay.
So you
I
can
like.
see
I like.
you can
Billy
see her
Idol.
in Take On Me, and you can see her in Billy Idol's Forgot to Be a Lover. Same girl.
Wow.
And by the way, she did not hold her age very well.
No, a lot of them don't.
Oh, she looks bloody terrible now.
Yeah, I mean the 80s
mean-
was a hard decade.
Yeah.
Lots
I mean,
of lots of crazy sex, lots of hairspray, lots of liquor and drugs.
You know that TV show Mom that's on CBS? You ever seen that TV show Mom? Well, in the
I have.
last episode they had what's her name? God damn it. Turner.
Tina Turner?
No, not Tina Turner. The other Turner from she did the movies with Kirk Douglas,
Kathleen
Danny
Turner?
DeVito. Kathleen Turner. Yep. She looked terrible.
Oh no, Kathleen Turner for years and years and years, she had fantastic legs. And
Yeah.
then she got to a certain age and then she just went to pot.
Yep.
But I mean, like for years and years, especially like Romancing the Stone, that was
That's
80s,
That's the movie I'm thinking of.
and films like that.
Yeah.
She was so sexy, and then she got to a certain age and she just went.
That's what a lot of them do, right?
No, but she got really fat and she's unrecognizable.
The hog
Even-
beast.
Even Shelley Long. Shelley Long did not age well either.
No. Some of them age okay though. Oh, look at what's her name from over there in England.
Helen Mirren.
No.
I think Helen Mirren's still a very attractive woman.
No, the other one that was married to Hugh Grant.
I don't think she was married to her. I think you're talking about Elizabeth Hurley.
Yeah, she freaking. She still looks like she's in her freaking young. I mean, she got a rocking body.
Well, I could tell you one woman that is absolutely fantastic, and she's in her 60s, I'm pretty sure. Renee Russo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's a gorgeous woman, and I'm pretty sure she's in her 60s.
Oh, you know, I've always been into Marissa Tomei and Sandra Bullock. Those two actresses, I love them.
Now, Marissa Tomei, I'm fully with you on that one. I've loved her for, but my absolute celebrity crush is Mandy Moore. I don't know. I just love Mandy.
What's Mandy? Mandy Moore, please.
Well, the funny thing is so much is like, see, I've actually switched back to my old flip phone, and the good thing about the flip phone is this thing will go 6 days without a recharge, and I can't stand a touch screen, so I'm glad I'm back with the flip phone. But every time I turn this thing on, the first thing that pops up on it says Mandy is more. And I look at that, and I just smile on the inside and think, "Yep."
Linda Carter still.
Oh yes, Linda Carter. Yeah,
cranks the gears.
Yeah, no, I will tell you this: Linda Carter was my first celebrity crush when I was about 5 or 6 years old. Yeah, Linda Carter, Wonder Woman.
Yep,
I just thought she was the absolute bomb. Yep.
Well, what about
Linda Carter? Yeah, a full thumbs up to Linda Carter.
Oh yeah, my sister had a Farrah Fawcett poster and a Farrah Fawcett pillow.
Your sister?
Farrah Fawcett.
Yeah, my sister did. So yeah, I don't know what my sister was up to, but yeah, she had like a Farrah Fawcett poster and pillow. So she may have been into an alternative lifestyle that nobody realized.
Oh, maybe she just like burying her face into a pillow that had a lot of hair. Well, let's just face it, the hairdos back there, they were big and they were loud. Yeah.
They want to talk about global warming. Aquanet hairspray is what caused global warming, if anything did, from the 80s. Think of all the Aquanet hairspray that was used in the 80s to put the dews out and feather the hair out.
Well, there's a guy.
That's for sure.
There's a guy I knew from primary school. The last time I saw him was like 20 years ago, but he actually blamed his hair loss on hairspray. It's like is balding all the way through here, and it's like, yep, there's too much hair product. It's like, I don't think so.
I never used hairspray, so my problem is Mr. Jesus didn't love me enough to keep me hair. So the funny thing is, I had a guy.
You want me to cut some off and send it to you?
Yeah, make me a wig. I had somebody a while back accuse me of being a skinhead because I didn't have any hair, and I was like, I can't fucking grow hair. How am I a racist because I can't grow hair? I mean, come on, man. This is genes. I didn't like make it like this. It fell out on its own. You know? He's like, you're a racist. You're a skinhead. And I'm like, I can't grow hair. What are you talking about?
It ain't my fault, sir.
Yeah, I was like, you need to talk to Mr. Jesus if you have a problem with me not having hair, because I didn't plan on this. It just happened. You know, well, every year my hair gets shaved farther and farther back on its own.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to grow my hair long enough so I can have one of those little Jedi I can plait like like a little Jedi thing.
Wookie said Aquanet killed my hair, and now I have a do like on.
Come on, Wookie. You're supposed to be hairy all over like a Wookie. I expect you to be super hairy. I'm pissed because all my hair hasn't fell out yet, so I have to shave like the sides, so I don't have like the Friar Tuck. You know, the Friar Tuck where he had like the ring of hair around the side.
Right.
I have to shave the sides of my head, and it pisses me off. I'm like, why can't the rest of the fucking hair fall out? Because then I wouldn't have to shave it anymore. This is bullshit. I don't have any hair up here.
That's the
Why
funny
can't
thing. Is
the
like,
rest of it fall out?
yeah, because all this hair through here, right? It comes out with color. The hair on my face, if I let it grow out, that comes out gray. What the fuck is that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
my beard.
I get the gray.
I
Yeah.
actually just trimmed my beard. My beard was like super long until just a couple weeks ago. But yeah, it's like super gray, especially down the middle.
Yeah,
It's like super gray down the middle.
this is like 4 days growth, and it's like if I shave it, I've got a baby face, but it's like but all this hair has got color in it. This hair doesn't. It's like it gets down to here, and it's like, oh, I'm sorry, man, we ran out of color.
I'm going to take a quick pee break. I'll be right back.
All right, man.
Like, you can always watch my chair, because my chair is not just a normal chair; it's a lazy boy, so it rocks. And this blanket was sent to me by Adam Shawhan in America, because I like Rogue One. So this is my Rogue One blanket. So you look on this side. If you look at this side, you've got Jen Erso, and you've got an X-wing and other stuff. If you flip it over, it all says Star Wars, Star Wars. But yeah, it's sent to me sent to me by my brother in Indiana. Well, I call him my brother because he's a good mate of mine. But yeah, Adam Shawhan, he lives in Indiana. And that's the poor bugger that spent $80 sending me another package.
Yeah,
What are you
$80. That's a pretty stiff amount of money for a package.
Well, that's $80 American, not Australian. I mean, if you convert it to Australian, it would be roughly around the $60 mark. But that's $80 American to send a package. But I told him, don't waste your money on me, man. It's like, we get on here and we get on Discord and we talk and all the time. But no, he just keeps on sending me shit. He sent me a blanket, and I've got something to send to him. Hey, you guys might like this. I've got to send this to him. Hang on. This has been sitting here for months because I haven't sent it yet. But I bought him a kookaburra.
Oh, really?
But yeah, it's been sitting here for months because I haven't sent it yet. But because I wanted to put other stuff in there because I wanted to send something for his wife as well, and give them all something. And all I could come up with is a fucking kookaburra. Shh. Don't tell Ron about the kookaburra. It can be our private joke.
Yeah, be our own little secret.
Let it be your private joke.
Yeah, it's our super secret, our
That's,
kookaburra joke.
Super secret kookaburra joke. Yeah.
Well, I went inside and I was like, the wife had this out, and I'm like, oh, I got to get me some. Yeah,
What is that? A shrimp?
yeah.
Like shrimp cocktail?
Mm-hmm.
Your wife's like making random shrimp cocktail at like 2:00 in the morning?
No, she made it earlier.
Oh, okay.
I forgot about it. I
No,
saw it when I went in there. and I'm
on the way home, she collided with a shrimp truck, and she just picked it up off the road.
It's funny. It's funny you say that because there was a chicken processing plant outside of town, and a truck wrecked one time, and it was like all this frozen chicken.
Mhm.
Well, obviously, if the truck wrecked and flipped over and it like got on the ground, they couldn't sell it anymore. So there was like all these people like racing out there to pick up all this frozen chicken off the ground because they were like calling people like, "Hey man, did you hear there's a chicken truck that wrecked out on highway such and such?" And people were racing out there to pick all this chicken up because they were just going to throw it out.
Right.
But there was nothing wrong with it. It was frozen, in a package. But since the truck wrecked, they had to write it all off. And everybody was like, let's go get some damn chicken.
Well, it's just a shame that the truck didn't burst into flames. Then it could have been roast chicken.
Yeah. Yeah, it just flipped over. It just flipped over. The dude just lost his job. It didn't burst into flames.
Yeah, no, but they had all these passerbyers trying to light the truck on fire.
Yeah, if you're the driver of the chicken truck and you flip it over, you may as well send your resume out because you're not going to be a chicken truck driver anymore.
It's not my fault. These chickens were all dancing around in the back of the truck, and they tossed off the balance. What do you think about that, Bob? Oh, shut up, Bob.
Oh. I think we lost Wookie.
Lost who?
I think we lost Wookie.
Yeah, I don't know if he's still there or not.
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, I think he left.
Mr. Peabody, I think, froze.
Uh-oh.
Yep, he froze.
Please stand by. He's wrestling a kangaroo.
Wrestling a kangaroo. Along with a koala bear. Actually,
Yeah.
the kangaroo took the koala bear and has got him in his sack.
Yeah, the koala bear is riding the
Am I broke?
kangaroo.
Am I broke?
Yeah, you're broke. You
Yeah.
were.
You may want to jump out and jump back in again
Yeah, jump out and jump back because that
because
worked
you're freezing up.
All right. Where am I?
again.
Then there was two.
Yeah, no, there'll be three again. It's early for him, it's late for us.
Oh yeah, it's early. That's true. It's early for him. It's late for us.
Well, this is the last thing I bet you expected to be doing tonight.
Yeah. The night takes me where the night takes me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I should be in bed because I'm supposed to work in the morning, and I'll probably just not go to work. To be honest with you, I'll just take a personal day because I should have been in bed at like 10:30 because I'm supposed to get up at like 4:30 for work.
Oh boy. Well,
which
that's
is
the one
like-
good thing I like about my job is I get all federal holidays off, and every weekend's mine. So,
yeah, I'm off Mondays and Tuesdays. But my job changes all the time. Like at
Right.
least I have a normal schedule. Like I said, a lot of the time I used to be on call, and at least I have a normal schedule. Although I'm on first shift right now, so it doesn't necessarily fit in with YouTube because a lot of YouTubers play at night. So I end up hanging out with people on YouTube and then be like, "Oh, I'll take a personal day and just not go to work today."
well, what's funny is because it's like finding that time. Finding that time is hard because especially like if you're in a group and then one person goes live or does stream at a certain time all the time, and another person does a stream at the same time all the time. You don't want to do a stream when you're at the same time they're doing it.
Yeah, you have to kind of find your niche. That's
Yeah.
kind of how I ended up with my stream on Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. Is there's not really a lot going on Sunday anyway,
Right.
and if you do it at 9, it's early enough that the late night people aren't starting yet because you have your late night people every night start at 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. So if you do it at 9 p.m., it kind of buffers you from everybody else. So normally when we stream at 9, there's not really much of anybody else streaming.
Right.
Is kind of how we came across Sunday night at 9 o'clock after looking, a lot of days and a lot of people streaming, because some days,
Yeah.
you got 15 people streaming at the same time and you're like, yeah, I'm a small channel. I can't fight against all these channels. So
Yeah.
Sunday's usually pretty dead, on YouTube. So
I always I never really picked I just like, hey, I feel like live streaming, so I get on and start live streaming.
yeah, I mean and
Yeah.
that's fine. I mean, and you'll have people that'll show up. It's just if you try to make it a regular thing or try to do, which hangout streams like this, it doesn't really matter. If people show up, they show up. But if you try to do a stream like a purposeful stream, then you need to kind of find your spot, your niche, to where you're not competing with bigger channels. Because if a 30,000 sub channel streaming the same time that you are,
yeah, you're not gonna get in.
yeah, you're not going to get anybody. So,
Really at all.
like I said, that was what I had to figure out when I started my bi-weekly stream on a small channel was, well, when can I stream that I can get decent sized channel people on my stream and get a good audience,
Right.
and not fight with people I can never fight with. So Sunday night at 9 o'clock kind of fit the bill because there's not really any other big people, streaming at that time.
Right.
And Sunday's kind of dead, in general.
We having problems because he didn't come back right away like he did last time.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess he's having internet issues.
He's got something going on because he came back quick last time. This time he's not back quick.
The koala bear chewed through his internet cable.
There it is.
I'm racist against Australians. A kangaroo punched him in the nuts before he could turn his computer back on. I would love to go to Australia, honestly.
Yeah, it's a nice place to go. They got when I was over there, I think it was when I was on the Carl Vincent when we stopped in there. They got really good if you ever get pearls, that's the place to get pearls at.
Oh, really?
Is Australia. Yep, it's cheap. I got pearls and Opals. Opals. Opals are really cheap there too. I got like 3 unset opals for my wife, and then I had one of them set into a necklace, and then the other 2 were the same, basically the same size. So I had them set into earrings, and they were cheap over there. When I had them appraised over here, and each one was like 4, like a little over 4 carats, I think, of opal. And the jeweler's like, yeah, those are about, I think he said like $400 some a carat over here. So it was like, yeah, that's the place to get them. And then Fremantle, which isn't far from Perth, which isn't far from Mr. Peabody, that's where they got a lot of. That's where they have that the sailboat races over there
Oh yeah.
in Fremantle. So yeah, it doesn't look like he's gonna make it back though, does it?
Yeah, I don't think he is. Seems like his internet has give out.
Huh. Interesting. He's a trip though. He's a character.
Oh yeah.
Coffee keeping me going. Now, are you guys supposed to get that same storm coming through your area?
Yeah,
We are.
it's supposed to come through this afternoon, I think. Of course, later than y'all would get it, but yeah, it's supposed to hit Atlanta sometime this afternoon.
Yeah, they're talking about us like. Well, we had a few rain come down a little bit today, but they're talking about the front of that storm coming in around 5, and then clearing out about around 7.
Yeah.
But I still got a bunch of my Christmas lights up, but should be all right. I had to take down all my blow ups and get them out, so don't get blown around.
Yeah, I'm the Grinch. I don't do none of that stuff for Christmas.
Yeah,
I don't even put up a Christmas tree because my kids have moved out and my cats would destroy it. So
right.
I would put up a Christmas tree if it wasn't for my cats, but my cats would literally destroy the Christmas tree, and my kids don't live here anymore. So I'm like, it doesn't really matter. I got a 19-year-old and a 21-year-old. They don't really give a shit about a Christmas tree. They just want money.
Right. Yeah. Well, since I don't know. I just like putting up lights, and I put them to music.
Oh
yeah. I was a little late putting them up this year, and then I'm really late taking them down. I didn't turn them after the new year. I don't turn them on no more though.
Yeah. That's the only thing I hate about Christmas is anymore it starts like before Halloween and lasts until like Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Like this is bullshit. Used to you didn't even hear of Christmas till after Thanksgiving.
Right. That's why I never put up my lights till after Thanksgiving.
And now everybody starts Christmas shit, like Halloween time or just after Halloween. You're like, what the hell, people putting lights up, and the stores have switched to Christmas shit and Christmas music. And you're like, it's not even Thanksgiving yet. Why are y'all switching to Christmas shit? It makes me like the Grinch. I'm like, bah humbug, you know. There's people around me now that still light their Christmas lights every night. And I'm like, it's the first of the year. Why are you still lighting your Christmas?
Yeah, I'll light them up till New Year's, and then after New Year's, I don't light them up.
Yeah, which is how, when I grew up, that was how we did it. After Thanksgiving, we put our lights up on the house.
Right.
At New Year's, we took them down. Or at
Right.
least quit lighting them if we didn't take them down. You know.
Yeah.
But
And sometimes you got to wait till the weather's good too.
oh yeah, but you know, you got people now still doing Christmas lights, and they start, you know, September, October doing Christmas lights, and you're like, this is shit.
Yeah. Looks like we got somebody come back in. I don't know who. It was down to 1. Now it's up to 2. So we got a lurker.
Oh, Wookie's back.
Wookie's back.
Welcome back, Wookie. Yeah, he said it's me. Yeah, we're just talking about bullshit. So
yeah, we lost Peabody. And he had some issues, and he hasn't come back yet. So
yeah,
don't know what's going on.
Apparently, Peabody's internet totally crapped out on him. We're still just talking about nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, we made it all the way to Christmas lights. We're yawning.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's like, what, 20 after 3 for me. It's like 20 after 2 for you.
Yeah. Well, that's it.
We're sitting here talking about Christmas lights and when you should and shouldn't put up Christmas lights. We've went full circle on some bullshit.
Yeah, we have. Holy shit.
I had to check in with the cute Filipina girl stream for a bit. Who's the cute Filipina girl?
My wife's Filipino.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is she streaming right now? Because Wookie was apparently watching a cute Filipino girl on a stream.
She just walked back inside. She was out here for a few minutes.
She'd come out there and said, "What are you doing at 2:00 in the morning on the computer, smoking cigarettes and talking to strange people?"
Yeah, she knows what I'm doing. In fact, she sits there in the that's the thing. She sits there in the office and watches. She's got the TV on her Filipino channel, and then she's watching Filipino YouTube at the same time.
And she's making you stream on the porch.
Yeah. You know, happy wife, happy life. You know how it goes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Wookie, they are. God, I remember my first time on the ship pulling into the Philippines. That was something else. You could party all weekend long on $20 when I was there. You get like 40 some pesos per the dollar. A beer costs you like 5 pesos. So, yeah, you could party a long time on $20. But yeah, we met up in Illinois when I was my first duty station. That's where we met.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we dated for a couple of years and then got married and then moved to Washington to my next duty station.
Wookie said that's not enough the way I party.
Not the way I party. How do you party, Wookie? I can imagine how Wookie parties.
Yeah.
I could tell Wookie some stories.
I got rid of the wife. I get to party hard.
See, like in the Philippines back in the day, and this before married and all that, you'd sit around. They got this drink called Mojo. It comes in pitchers, and it's like jungle juice. If you ever heard, it's just a mixture of all.
Yeah, I know what jungle juice is.
Really?
Yeah.
And you sit there and you drink it. You get it by the pitcher. Well, you'd sit around the table and you'd play a game of Smiles. And what a game of Smiles is let's say you got 4 or 5 friends that are sitting around the table with you. And then girl would be at the table.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he froze up. Ron froze up. It's just me. It's just me to talk about whatever I want to talk about. Because Ron is frozen. I guess he's going to jump out and try to jump back in. Because now it's me all on my own. Which is dangerous. It's just me and you, Wookie. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Oh, is there a lurker? See, I have the chat popped out, so I don't know who the lurker would be. It could be me because I have the chat popped out. So I can keep up with you. You're back.
I'm back. You obviously kept you never left, huh?
No.
No, it was me, I guess.
Yeah, it was you froze up and then you left and then you came back.
It was just doing the circle thing. All the pictures went away, and then boom.
Yeah,
I didn't even be able to get it back.
Yeah, on my end you froze up. You just all of a sudden froze.
I did a Mr. Peabody.
Yeah.
Damn it! I Peabodied my own stream.
Nothing like Peabody in your own stream.
I know, right? Jeez. Well, did you hear my whole story about that game of Smiles?
No, you froze. I figured it was really perverted because you froze partway through and YouTube didn't.
That's probably what it was. It was YouTube, like, because I was talking that shit. So, anyways, yeah, you sit around, you get a Mojo, you sit around the table, a bunch of you, and then the girl goes underneath the table, and then she, like, randomly picks, and she starts going to town, and if that person smiles, they got a drink, and then buy the next round. And then she just goes randomly around. It's called Smiles.
Sounds like a pretty good game.
That was a fun game.
I'll be right back.
All right. Still there, Wookie? Yeah. Well, I hear you about crashing, Wookie. It's getting about that time, I'm thinking. Han already said he was supposed to work, but he's going to take a personal day. Probably go to sleep and probably sleep till about 10 or 11. But I ain't got nothing, nowhere to go anyways tomorrow. So. Yeah, when we started this thing, I was like, I didn't even know we were live. I mean, I just thought we were just talking between each other. I didn't even know I was doing live, and until you all started coming in. Holy shit, we are live. Yeah, because it's like 2:30 your time too, right? Or you're at, Wookie? All right. 1:30. Yeah, he's doing better than we are, hon. He's 130, I'm 230, and you're 330. Yeah, we'll keep going.
Yeah, I see that.
And it's only 130 where he's at, so he's doing better than both of us.
Yeah, he's a little bit west of us, so it's only 1:30.
Yeah.
That'd be what, mountain time, I think.
Mountain time. We were just talking about mountain time too.
Yeah, that'd be like mountain time.
Yeah. Your wife must be in bed sleeping.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she's been in bed.
What'd you do all last night? What do you mean you ain't going to work today?
Yeah. I thought you were supposed to get up at 5 a.m. and go to work. Yeah. I may or may not have took a personal day. Who wants to go to work on Saturday anyway?
Nobody.
Yeah, nobody.
Especially with the crappy weather we're going to be getting.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good day to take off.
Yeah, sleep through the crappy weather.
There you go. It's been a lot of fun, though, man. It's been great talking to you and getting to know you.
Sorry, I was in the mini fridge.
I said it's been really nice talking to you and getting to know you too.
Oh, it's been great talking to you as well. Been a really good time.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
And now you know how to use now you know how to use StreamYard.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, because when I started tonight, I didn't think I'd be staying up till 2:30 in the morning.
I never plan on staying up that late, and the next thing you know, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning. You're like, "What the hell happened?"
Yeah. Well, back in the day, I remember being on 8-hour live streams before. Those are killers. In fact, Craig from Reviews for You always did the long live streams. I go to sleep. I go to sleep like at 1 in the morning. I'd wake up like 7, and he's still live streaming. What the hell's wrong with you? But
the longest one I've ever seen is 24 hours.
I thought 8 hours is the max. Then you got to restart.
Yeah, I think they had to restart several times, but
yeah, you could do up to 8 hours. Well, actually, I've seen it push like a little over 8 hours, but then it'll stop, and then you got to restart it.
Yeah, it was a channel I used to watch, Fantastic Daily, that does like paranormal and ghost kind of stuff. And he got like so many subscribers, and he's like, "Oh, if I get so many subscribers, I'm going to do a 24-hour live stream." So he did a 24-hour live stream where he had like a handful of people come in and out, to talk to him, and was on for like 24 hours. Like you said, I watched like part of it, then I went to bed, then I got up and watched part of it, and then I like went and did shit around the house. Then I come back and I watched like the last part of it, right when he hit the 24-hour mark. But yeah, he had to redo it like 2 or 3 times to get, to 24 hours.
Right. The thing about live streams too, if they're really long like this one, there ain't nobody gonna like come in and watch this this live stream. Once
Oh,
you're into it some hours, nobody's gonna go and watch this live stream.
no,
You
and
know.
that's what I do for my Sunday, my biweekly Sunday show is we try to keep it an hour or less because
Right.
if you go over an hour, nobody's going to watch the replay. And honestly,
Yeah, nobody's gonna watch it.
honestly, no, not that many people are going to watch the whole entire stream, but you'll have
True.
enough people watch it that'll give you a watch, in the watch hours.
Right.
But
Probably. I mean, if you wanted to get on a live stream, you probably should keep it to about 30 minutes.
yeah, 30 minutes to an hour is the max if you want people to watch it. Because, well, I mean,
an hour pushing it.
I'm the same way. If I'm sitting here just pulling up YouTube and I'm like, oh, let's see what's to watch on YouTube. If I see you're streaming it's 3 hours, I'm not going to click on that shit because I don't got 3 hours to give up to watching this fucking live stream.
I might open it up and see what it's about to be and who's on it or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I'll scroll through. I'll fast forward it to different parts just to see what's going on. But sit there and just watch it straight through, no.
Well, the thing is, you only need, was it 5 minutes or 8 minutes? You only need like 5 minutes or 8 minutes for it to count as a view. So even if they scroll through it, as long as you can get somebody to interact with it for, I forget the exact amount, we'll just say 5 to 8 minutes. As long as you get somebody to interact with it that long, it counts as a view.
Yeah.
So I've noticed that, like I said, I try to keep my biweekly stream to an hour. There's been 1 or 2 of them that have been like, 45 minutes. I always have more watches after the fact if I'm on like 45 minutes than if I'm on an hour.
Right.
Because like you said, nobody's going to sit down and watch a 3-hour live stream. And I'm the same way. I have a personal side of YouTube that I have, content I want to watch that's just entertainment.
Right.
And if I'm sitting here and I'm like, oh, well, let's see what there is to watch. If I see a video that's an hour and I look at the clock and I'm like, I don't got an hour to put to this damn video, or I see a couple videos that are 10 minutes, I'm going to watch the 10-minute videos. That's just how it is. Because not that many people have, an hour to devote to watch the video.
Right.
That's
it's like I watch Cobra Kai, and so I'll binge watch that thing for the whole thing all the way through.
Well, yeah, and you're you basically have to devote the time like watching a TV show or a movie. If you're going to watch an hour-long video,
I mean, when they come out with the new season of Cobra Kai, I just send it right to my big screen TV and watch it. It's like watching a TV show. So,
yeah,
I do. Anyways. Wind's starting to kick up a little here.
Oh, really? So it's well, I mean, obviously you're a lot south of me, but it's still pretty calm right here.
Yeah.
It's supposed to kick up here about halfway through the day, I guess.
Yeah, it's kicking up here already. Ooh.
Well, I'm glad you learned StreamYard tonight.
Yeah, it's I didn't know what I was doing wrong, but now I know.
Yeah, now you're dangerous. You're dangerous. You can
dangerous.
do a stream yard. You can bring people in. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. It's dangerous.
Yeah, I can actually have actually have it's getting late. Topic.
Yeah,
But even then, I mean, I still get off topic. I might have something topic, and then it'll end up just like this, shooting the shit.
I mean, honestly, some of the best streams
I
I've
like
been on.
better.
Some of the best streams I've been on have been people just hanging out,
Yeah.
and talking about whatever,
Yeah.
Normally, I stray away from like politics and religion, but other than that, just talk about whatever. And it seems like people actually like that because the chat can interact with you and be like, "Oh, hey, what about such and such? Hey, what about this movie or what about whatever?" And honestly, I enjoy live streams that are not set in topics like, "Oh, we're going to talk about this movie only."
Right.
Right. It's just me and you. Basically, it's me and you hanging out. Like if we were sitting around your fire pit, having a beer and just
having beer or whatever. Yeah.
And people in the chat can participate. And they can bring up what they want to bring up. We can bring up what we want to bring up. And it's just two people hanging out with each other. To me, that's the most honest thing.
Well, that's why I titled it when I first started on the first one. I titled it Friday Night Chat.
Yeah. It's just us. It's just us hanging out. And to me, even when I'm not on the stream, if your stream now, if I came into the chat, I could participate and I could talk in the chat. And it's like us all just hanging out. You know. Yeah. It's no super strict topic,
It's better too, like this, be able to bring some people on, because just sitting in front of the camera doing a live stream by yourself and talking to people that are in the chat, it's not the same as be able to have one or two people on or whatever, and then you can bounce back and forth. It just goes smoother with people chatting along with you, coming on and being guests.
Oh yeah, I agree. It always helps if you have multiple people because everybody's different, Right. And I can bring up something, you can bring up something, and we can discuss it. And if we had 2 or 3 other people here, we could all discuss it.
Right.
Everybody has their own opinion. And then you also have the chat. Well, what's the opinion of the chat? And everybody can participate,
And, and then you don't have the pressure either. Like if you're by yourself, if you run out of like stuff to talk about, you kind of like, you get that lull moment where you're trying to figure out what you're going to talk about next. And it's like, okay.
Yeah. Then I can bring up random stuff about my camper van.
Because when you're by yourself and you have to lull, you'll have like maybe like 5, 6 people in there. Then all of a sudden you hit that lull, and then you'll have like 3 or 2 people in there because it's just like got boring.
Yeah, I normally don't participate in streams where it's like a set topic, like, oh, we're going to talk about the Rise of Skywalker, period. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to participate in that because,
I mean, I'll talk about it. I'll talk about different, but that's not going to be the only thing I want to talk about.
To me, streams like this are more genuine.
Yeah,
and honestly, in my experience, people appreciate and interact with streams like this more than the streams that are like hardcore set on, oh, we're just streaming to talk about such and such topic and that's it.
Yeah, and it's important to engage the people in the chat too. And with this, especially if you got more than one person on, you can, look at the chat, see what's being said, respond to the chat, because the people in the chat also want to be part of the conversation.
Yeah.
And I've seen so many times, people will be writing, and it's like, you go, especially on a big channel, right? They can't keep up with all that stuff. And how could, even the people in the chat that's only on the chat, they can't read everything that's going across and respond to it in time before it's like gone.
Yeah.
So it's like,
yeah, they
tough.
feel like in a system like this, they feel like they're participating just as much as the people that are actually on camera on the
Right.
stream,
Yeah,
because
and they are. They're just not.
oh yeah, you
They're
see what they're
typing
saying,
and-
I see what they're saying, and we
Right.
we all discuss it.
Mhm.
Instead of it being me and you with an ego talking about whatever we want to talk about and ignoring the chat,
I don't,
which
think, I don't think either one of us have egos. So.
no, but you've seen it just as well as I've seen it.
Yeah.
You talk amongst yourselves in the chat, and you might as well be talking to the wall, because the people on the panel are never going to acknowledge
Right.
what you're saying in the chat.
Not unless a super chat gets thrown up. Then
Well, yeah, that's
the only way. That's the only way to break through some of those is to throw up a super chat.
which is great about channels like ours, because we don't get super chats, so we can talk about whatever the hell. We can talk about whatever we want to, because they can demonetize us, but what does it matter? We're not monetized anyway.
Right. Well, but I do support other channels, bigger channels that are monetized that do. So I'll throw out some super chats every now and then. If it's somebody I like Entertainment Hacker, I like his channel. I'm friends with him. So different channels, I'll support with some super chats here and there. It's like John Matrix, he did the live stream earlier tonight. I super chatted him. Road Rants, I'll super chat him sometimes.
It's funny because I mod for some bigger channels, and it's hit or miss whether they pay attention to the chat or not. Like you said, they always pay attention to the super chats, but you're thinking, as a mod, I'm hanging out with y'all in the chat. So, like me and you talking, it's just us only take that and put us in the chat. And I'm talking to everybody, and I'm thinking, Ron's making a cool point. You may not be super chatting, but you're making a good point. But they ignore you, and even me as a mod, a lot of times I'm like, you're ignoring like really good stuff in the chat because you're so busy talking amongst yourselves.
Right.
And not paying attention to the chat. Now, if you super chat, that's different. Yeah, they're going to pay attention to a super chat. But I think you should also pay attention to the general chat as well as the super chat, because, if you have something to say that goes along with the conversation, whether you super chat or not,
right, you should be heard.
Yeah, it should be heard. You should.
Not everybody can super chat. Not everybody can afford to super chat.
You shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to pay to play, so to speak.
Right.
And I see it time and time again.
The people I'll super chat is people that acknowledge my regular comments.
Oh yeah,
super chats. You know what I mean? I can not send a super chat and they'll still acknowledge what I'm saying. Most of the time, Sometimes they don't, because sometimes you just miss stuff people say.
Yeah, it's a fine line on YouTube, because in my opinion, okay, if you're monetized, super chats are great, but at the same time, the chat is your audience. So whether you super chat or not, they should be at least somewhat paying attention to what's said in the chat, because they're trying to participate in the conversation, and they don't want to just talk amongst themselves. They want to participate with the panel, what the panel's talking about. And you're thinking, look at all these people that have had really good points, but they hadn't super chatted, so you're ignored, you know,
Mhm.
or not necessarily ignoring them, but you're just not paying attention to the chat in general, you know.
Exactly.
But
Yeah.
I I kind of play both sides of the aisle, I guess, because I like to do streams like this with you, but I'm also a mod for some pretty good sized channels, so I see it kind of from both sides, you
Right.
know. And if I was just a general person in some of these chats, I would be kind of aggravated, you know, or pissed.
Well, I mean, basically,
Yeah.
sooner or later, you're just gonna stop if they're never, if the person's never gonna acknowledge you on the panel or whatever. Pretty soon, you're just gonna stop chatting, and
Yeah,
then you're
and
gonna stop watching.
well, and you get to a point where you're like, well, I guess the only way to be heard is to give a super chat, and I can't give a super chat, so fuck this, I'm leaving.
Yeah, go find someplace else. Yeah, I agree.
But luckily or unluckily, I don't have that problem because I'm not monetized. So
no, neither one of us are.
when I stream, I pay attention to the people in chat because they can't give a super chat if they wanted to.
Right. But even if I was monetized, I'd still try to stay, involved with the chat. And sometimes you gotta if you have people on and you wanna get with other people, another person might be, you gotta hold them up. You gotta say, hold on a minute, let me go to the chat and see what's going on, and then answer some chat. You got to do that, because if you don't, then it just scrolls all the way up, and then you can't find what you're looking for to respond.
I think a lot of the problem you run into is they get in the habit of, I need to network with people that are the same level as me or bigger than me, and it's more important to talk to them than it is to pay attention to the chat because I'm trying to get something out of it, as far as like subs.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the people in the chat are your subs. So if you don't want to lose your numbers and the people that watch your content and watch your videos, then obviously you need to pay attention to the people in the chat.
Yeah. Now some get away with it. Some are so big that they get away with it. I mean, like your Ethan Van Skivers and your Star Wars 3 and people like that, they get away with not responding to the chat because their chat moves so fast anyways. It's so hard to keep up. Even if you're a chatter in the chat room, it's hard to keep up.
Oh yeah, I've moderated chats where there was, 300 or 400 people in the chat, and as a moderator, it's hard for me to keep up.
Yeah, because this is going.
Yeah, it's just constantly moving, and you're trying, as a moderator, you're trying to obviously moderate what's going on and cut out the bullshit comments, and it's like constantly flowing, and you're like, holy shit,
Yeah,
how am I supposed to keep up with this?
exactly.
It's kind of funny because I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it from both sides. I've seen it moderating for big channels, and then I've seen it hanging out like me and you hanging out. Hanging out with smaller YouTubers. So
Yeah.
it's kind of funny, to see it from both sides.
Yeah. Well, I think too, there's a lot more pressure when it's a bigger channel it's a lot more pressure on the person with the bigger channel because they're trying to stay on topic or they're trying to talk about a thing, but their chat's blowing up. And even if they want to try to stay on top of the chat too, it's difficult.
Yeah, and once you get monetized, it's a whole nother ball game of trying to stay ahead of the curve and keep the money coming in, so to speak.
Right.
You know,
Not so many people to where they're unsubbing you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a fine line because you can't just pay attention to the chat because they're talking about whatever bullshit. But at the same time, you can't ignore everybody because they're going to start unsubbing and you're trying to make money off your content. So it's kind of a razor thin fine line, you know.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's not that I would ever be anyway, but that's one of the reasons I would never want to be monetized or even worry about that because I'm not that kind of person. I'm like, okay, I just want to talk about whatever I want to talk about. We can hang out and, you know,
right.
We can have a good time like me and you having a conversation tonight.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to worry about when's my next video coming out? When's my next stream? Oh, I got to keep everybody happy.
Right.
You know, this is just a hobby. It's just for fun. You know, so I enjoy making connections with people and talking to people. But if it become a job or it become bullshit, I would just walk away from it because that's just not how I am.
Yeah. Or take a step back at least.
Yeah, or at least take a break.
I mean, I left for a long time, so I mean, you can tell how long a period of time that active. Because, like I said before, I was using Hangouts before. Now this, so like when Entertainment Hacker had me on his live, I was like, you know, I kind of miss getting in there and chatting with people. So, you know, that's basically
once you get used to StreamYard, in my opinion, StreamYard is better than Hangouts was.
It looks like because you could bring up people. You got I like the way you could switch it in between things and
you can highlight comments. There's banners. There's banners and stuff. Like you could put up a banner like, oh, hit the like button. You know, there's a lot, even on the free version, there's a lot of different options, you know, of things you can do. Well,
that's what I'm using is the free version. I didn't pay for anything, so
that's all I'm using is the free version. But you can make banners, you know, that say, you know, oh, hit the like button, oh, do this, oh, do that. You know, you can pop them up every now and then. If someone makes a witty comment, you know, you can highlight it. It pops up, and you know, to me, it's a better a better option actually than Hangouts. And the other thing is with Hangouts, if somehow the link got out, people could just pop in, and there was really nothing you could do about it. With StreamYard, they show up in the backstage, and if you don't want them on there, then you're like, no, I'm not gonna put them in the show. You know?
Right.
So it's like a little extra security, I guess you could say, as far as keeping people out of your stream.
Yep. Ugh. Well, what do you think? Think we should call it a night?
Yeah, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning.
4 hours and 13 minutes.
Yeah. And that was just us doing a test and just hanging out and doing a test.
Just hanging out, you know, talking to each other, you know. Hey, it's been fun.
We did over 4 hours, so yeah. I would say that it's probably a good time to call it.
Yeah. All right.
But
Well,
it's I'm glad you learned StreamYard, and it's been really great getting to know you, man. Getting to talk to you, Ron.
yeah, it's been great getting to know you.
I
too.
really enjoyed it.
Yeah, me too. I really have. I really enjoyed it. And we'll do it again.
Oh yeah, anytime you have a
Good.
stream, shoot me a link,
Yeah.
and if I'm available, I'll jump on.
And we're both follow each other on Twitter, so we got that too. So be funny to both get up later on today.
So hopefully next time you can make it to the office instead of having to sit on the porch.
I doubt that, but she's pretty much in there 24/7. As long as we're up, she's in there, unless she's cooking. So yeah.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been good meeting you, man. Putting a face to a name and talking to you, and like I said, I've had a really great time. Anytime you're on, feel free to DM me a link. If I can jump on, I'll jump on. And until then, have a good night, morning.
Yeah,
day,
morning.
night, morning, day, whatever you want to call it.
Right. So all I got to do is, do I just hit end broadcast? I guess, right?
Yeah. Hit end broadcast. It'll stop your actual stream.
Oh, okay.
It takes it a second.
Alrighty. Well, we will talk to you later and get some sleep there, brother.
All right, Ron. Good talking to you, man. Have a good morning.
You too.
All
Bye.
right.